Mr. Zeldin. Please approach.
Yes, Your Honor. Sidebar actually addressed one of the motions that I was going to make. With respect to the state's case, at this point in time, the defense would move for judgment of acquittal. The state's indicted Mrs. Adelson on 3 counts: first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. All 3 charges, obviously, of the indictment require that the state present evidence that Mrs. Adelson intended for Mr. Markel to be killed. However, as this court is aware, judgment of acquittal should rarely be granted on the issue of intent. However, the remaining issues are different. Specifically, whether the evidence lends itself to a finding that Donna Adelson was a principal to first-degree murder, whether she conspired for Mr. Markel to be killed, or she solicited another to kill Markel. To go through this briefly, Your Honor, to prove the count 1, the state has to establish, obviously in the light most favorable to the state, the evidence would have to support a finding that Mr. Markel is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Mrs. Adelson, and there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. Since there's no evidence that Donna Adelson herself committed the crime, you have to look at the principal instruction. Principal instruction requires that in the light most favorable to the state at this stage of the trial, that there is competent evidence that Donna Adelson helped somebody else or other persons commit the crime, specifically that she intended the crime to occur. And I think we go back to the initial statement I made about intent. but also that she did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And for this, I think it's important that we look at how that is defined. And the most recent case on the issue where it was discussed at length is Denise Williams. And the Williams case, the first DCA, focused on what was done the day of. So in this case, it would be July 18th of 2014. And the site for the Williams case is 314 Southern 3rd, 775. It's first DCA from 21. It's our position, Your Honor, that there's no evidence that Donna Adelson did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, advise, or advise the other person or persons to commit the crime. And as Williams indicated, you have to focus on what Mrs. Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. Williams' decision says proof of conspiracy alone is not enough. And so in the light most favorable to the state, let's go through briefly what the evidence reflects. Danny Markel was killed by Sigfredo Garcia, who was driven to and from the scene by Luis Rivera on July 18th of 2014. Both of them were solicited by Catherine McBanowa to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee. Luis Rivera testified that they were hired by the Wendy lady to get her kids back. Luis Rivera testified that he saw that Sigfredo Garcia had a picture of Markel with some writing which he believed to be an address. They made 2 trips to Tallahassee. During both of those trips, according to Mr. Lacoste, Wendy Adelson acted extremely anxious and exhibited odd behavior. At the time of both those trips, Mr. Lacoste was scheduled to be heading out of town, and he drove a vehicle that looked similar to the ones rented by the shooter. There's no evidence that my client ever spoke with Catherine McBanowa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera.
Your client did speak, however, with Charles Adelson in the chain of communications. I believe the state's wording was the train cars.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to get to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The evidence, the undisputed evidence, is that Charlie Adelson kept stacks of stapled cash in his house. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson did the same. The evidence also reflects that Charlie Adelson had a safe the size of a refrigerator. There's no evidence that Donna Adelson had a similarly large safe. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Jeff Lacoste that the only way she could leave Tallahassee is if something happened to Mr. Markel. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of this statement made by Wendy Adelson. And there is no evidence that she also agreed that there was no way that Wendy Adelson could leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markel. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Mr. Lacoste that Charlie looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013 after relocation was denied. There is no statement in evidence whatsoever that Donna Adelson was either aware of that, said or did anything to encourage that or incite that. There's also no evidence that had been admitted that Donna Adelson was aware of the claim, that Charlie Adelson had actually looked into that. And additionally, before Mr. Markel was murdered, whenever Charlie was on the phone with his mother, he would walk out of the house to speak with his mother on the phone when Catherine McBanowa was there. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Catherine McBanowa went to Charlie's house. Charlie, according to the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, Charlie told her that his parents had just left. I rewatched her testimony over the weekend. During her testimony, she did not say that Charlie said anything at that point about his parents leaving money at the house. She testified that she woke up the next morning and Charlie said he had put the money in the trunk. She then left and tried to locate Sigfredo Garcia. She testified that when she got the money back later that day or the following day, the money was stapled together. testimony was pretty clear. She said a couple days later, I'm pretty sure I contacted him and asked him why the money was spent. She did not say that she did. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson followed her daughter's instructions and used the last name Adelson for her grandchildren. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson conveyed the message from their family attorney, Weinstein, to Rob Adelson to not talk to the cops. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson wrote checks from Charlie Adelson's business account to Catherine McBenoit at Charlie's instruction. The evidence that has been admitted reflects that that business belonged to Charlie from 2012 to 2020. As this court knows, being a manager of an LLC is not the same as being an owner. After Mr. Markel was murdered and the bump happened, Donna Adelson begged the undercover to go to the cops and tell them what he knew. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Charlie kept up the lie that he told Donna Adelson when discussing the arrests of Secreto Garcia and Luis Rivera. Now, the only way, it is our position, the only way that the state overcomes counts 1 and 3 is by improper stacking of inferences. They have evidence that Donna Adelson allegedly hated Mr. Markel. The evidence is that Donna Adelson didn't like how Dan Markel treated Wendy. The evidence reflects that from 2012 to 2013, according to the emails from Donna Adelson, a non-negotiable was relocation. However, after July 31st of 2013, there has been no evidence admitted in this trial that Donna Adelson said or did anything to convey the message that she would do anything for Wendy and the children to move to South Florida. There's no mention.
As to the argument about inferences, however, inferences plus a confession, and you're saying the state has not done its burden?
Judge, I'm getting to that.
Please do.
There's no evidence that she solicited anyone to murder Markel aside from these assumptions. The emails, the text messages, the testimony, no one has said that my client solicited anybody to commit murder. The evidence reflects that Donna Adelson vented to Charlie Adelson about how Markel treated Wendy. But as I said, there's no evidence aside from assumption that she went a step further. The state has submitted the July 17th, 2013 email to her parents' shared account, and one of her parents responded, "Wow." The evidence also reflects that had it been Donna Adelson that responded, all the other email correspondence that's been admitted reflects that she would have sent something much longer. But even if she did know it, the motion itself, and I would ask the court to take a look at the prayer for relief in that grandmother motion. It was not to prevent Donna Adelson from spending time with the boys. It was to spend, or unsupervised, it was to prevent her from spending time with the boys in contravention of the right of first refusal, not to prohibit any unsupervised contact. So even if the court were to find that in the light most favorable to the state that my client was aware that the grandmother motion was filed, the relief that the state believes was sought is not what was sought in the motion. As to the alleged confession, Your Honor, what the confession, as I heard it, was that she wrote the checks. She paid the money after.
I think we'll get the court reported and read it if need be, but go ahead, please.
What she did after the murder is not evidence of her intent prior to the murder. And that's what Williams talks about. What evidence is there in the light most favorable to the state that prior to the murder, Mrs. Adelson did something? I think that if we were before the court on a different charge and the statute of limitations had not expired on it, that the situation might be different. But we're here for principal to first degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. Venting about how somebody is treating their daughter is not the same as asking somebody to have them killed. The evidence reflects that. I know that the state's argument or belief is that the birthday gift is a murder. The birthday gift, the evidence reflects, was the party and the caterer. You have to make an inference, on top of another inference, that the birthday gift was murder. So focusing on what evidence exists as to my client's statements and actions prior to the murder actually happening. According to Williams, judgment of acquittal is appropriate on count 1.
Concerning Williams specifically, was there evidence of consciousness and guilt admitted against the defendant in the same way it's been in this trial?
In Williams?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
So in addition to any circumstantial evidence, any inference, we also have in this record the defendant allegedly making a confession, suborning perjury, and attempting to flee. As to those pieces of evidence linking up with the others, what is your argument?
Well, Your Honor, I think Williams speaks to the fact that there's even more evidence. Williams, you had the co-conspirator testify directly that Miss Williams was involved in the planning, but she wasn't involved in the execution. All of those, the after the fact things, yes, it might be relevant to consciousness of guilt. However, it doesn't overcome the absence of evidence as to what Donna Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. That's what Williams speaks to.
And you are disputing that she dropped off any money to Charles Adelson on that date as payment to the triggerman.
What I'm saying is that there's no evidence that she knew on July 18th. In the light most favorable to the state, obviously I disagree ultimately that that's what happened, but in the light most favorable to the state, which is the standard that we're applying here today, there has to be that next step that she knew what it was for, and there's no evidence that she did. As a result, Your Honor, we're asking that the court grant judgment of acquittal on counts 1 and count 3.
Response from the state.
In considering this JOA argument as to whether there is sufficient evidence for this defendant to be a principal to the charges, the state first wants to point out the emails in this case that detail the defendant's hate for Dan Markel and her motive. If he's out of the picture, then Wendy and the grandsons can come to live in Miami where she is, and she was the person who benefited most from this crime by them being able to do that. We also heard from Luis Rivera. He said that he and Garcia followed Dan Markel's car from his home to the daycare, to the gym the day of the murder, and had surveilled Dan Markel's comings and goings from the park outside of Trescott Drive in the month before and the weekend of the murder. We also saw on the defendant's planner where in 2014 she had the year, make, model of Dan Markel's car as well as his license plate. We also heard from Catherine McBanois. She said that Charles Adelson said that his parents had just been at his house the night of the murder when she arrived, and then also told her his mom had washed the money. This was the same money that was provided to the killers and that McBanois found was wet. That testimony was corroborated by phone evidence showing that the defendant stopped at Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. We saw the text message from her saying she's outside his house, and that was during the short stretch of highway where she has 1 hour unaccounted for on her drive, when the rest of her drive she was able to accomplish within the estimated time that the mapping software would think that she would have. We also heard from Rob Adelson and heard that she told him not to talk to the FBI. And when he let her know that he already had, she said, well, you don't know anything anyway. She also had a complete lack of curiosity about what happened, according to him, and said that, I don't know and I don't care what happened. It's not my concern. We saw from the evidence that this defendant had an access to a large amount of cash, kept her cash in a safe. and that it was very common for she and Charlie Adelson to transfer cash back and forth to each other. We saw that she signed 44 checks to Catherine McBanois from Adelson Institute over the course of 2 years. This is despite the fact that Charlie Adelson had signing authority there. He could have done it himself if it was just him acting alone here. We also heard that in 2015, Harvey Adelson bought Adelson Institute back from Charlie Adelson. And we saw on the summary of the checks where roughly half the checks written to Catherine McBanois were written from fall of 2015 to spring of 2016, where Harvey Adelson would have been back as one of the primaries in the business. Donna Adelson, we also saw from the bump video, she was handed an article with Danny's picture about the murder. And she calls her son. He's the first call that she makes. And she tells Charlie specifically that this involves the both of us and that it involves the two of us when she's talking about the article that she was handed about Dan Markel's murder. So while there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and inferences in this case, there is also direct evidence. And the state argues that her admission that after being handed an article about the murder, that it involves both of us and it involves the two of us to Charlie Adelson is direct evidence and an admission of guilt in this case. And she also tells Charlie Adelson the TV costs $5, or this TV is about $5. And that's the same TV that's referenced that Charlie Adelson bought instead of hiring a hitman, and that Wendy's family, that her mother helped set up as part of her alibi and emailed Wendy about that day after the appointment was made by her father. When the wire took place, she and Charlie Adelson are overheard discussing the fact that they don't need to be talking on the phone. They don't need to be talking in an apartment. They go to great lengths to take a walk outside, to sit down by the water where they can't be overheard, to sit by the pool where they believe they're not able to be heard by law enforcement. And on the wire, we see the same pattern of communication that was seen in the call detail records before the wire took place. Donna to Charlie to Catherine to Garcia. And this is consistent with McBanois' testimony of how communication was relayed in this case.
Before you continue, Ms.
Yes,
Diggins, specifically as to the argument of stacking inferences, what is the state's position?
The state's position is there are inferences in this case. There is circumstantial evidence in this case. However, there is also direct evidence. Even if there was only substantial circumstantial evidence, the Bush case from the Florida Supreme Court did away with excluding every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in circumstantial evidence cases. However, we have more than just that here. We have this defendant writing checks to the middleman of this murder. We have her admitting it involves the two of us. And we also have her suborning perjury by admitting to one of her friends in custody, Patricia Byrd, that she did do what she was accused of. That's what Miss Byrd said on direct, and I clarified that with her on redirect. Was it that she told you that she just wrote checks, or did you specifically ask her, did you do what she's accused of, or did you do what they say you did? And she said that no, she said she did what she was accused of. And she's also offering to pay for false testimony from Byrd and from Miss Bernhardt, and even writing a script for Miss Bernhardt to come in and recite in trial. We also have we also have Donna Adelson adopting Charlie Adelson's extortion defense during and after Charlie's trial through text messages. And on the other hand, we have texts between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson in 2016, where we see that Charlie Adelson is telling her that his attorney is meeting with Garcia's attorney, and we see her reaction to that, which is not consistent with someone who believed that they were being extorted by Garcia or by that group for the past 2 years. We also see the 2016 text messages where we see Donna Adelson's reaction to Charlie Adelson workshopping this other possible theory of Dan Markel's murder. And our argument is that reaction is not consistent with somebody who believed that she was being extorted, according to Charlie Adelson, for the past 2 years. We also have evidence of consciousness of guilt in this case. We have her fleeing with an emergency fast-track visa she sought to obtain within hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict. And within also hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict, sending a text that says, basically, you know I'm next, but that won't happen, and I'll take care of that. And then going to board this flight to a non-extradition country a week later. So the state's argument is all of that circumstantial evidence combined with the direct evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the state, there has been competent substantial evidence that a reasonable trier of fact could find the existence of the elements of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right, the legal standard the court must apply at this point is reviewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I believe in Turner versus State 29 Southern 3rd 361. In moving for a judgment of acquittal, a defendant admits the facts and evidence in every conclusion favorable to the state that may be reasonably inferred from the evidence. As to the direct evidence, the circumstantial evidence, and also the consciousness of guilt evidence taken together, I believe this is sufficient to overcome the matter that was raised in Williams versus State. Motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied at this time. Does the defense, as to counts 1 and 3 specifically of the indictment, does the defense have any other motions to raise?
Just one.
Judge, there was an issue that Your Honor raised last week concerning advice of counsel. I don't know if we can approach to address that.
You may.
For those of you wondering about the Williams case and what they were arguing, Judy Sang at a Legal Focus, I think that's what her channel is called, did a recording explaining the case, and you might want to go take a look at it if you've got a real interest here. The issue for murder 1 is that the individual has to have had direct conduct or been present at the scene. And in Williams, the woman, the wife of the victim, was not at the scene, and the court found for murder 1 there was not enough evidence to show she was a principal. And so the Supreme Court of Florida dismissed the conviction on that count, but they let stand the conspiracy conviction. It's a little too complicated to try to do orally, but I do suggest if you've got an interest, go over to Judy Singh and watch her recording of it, because she did, I think, a really good job. And the motion for directed verdict of acquittal on counts 1 and 3, that is the murder count, murder 1 count, and the solicitation count, would have left in any event the conspiracy count, because for conspiracy, and the Williams case made that clear also, you don't need the same level of showing of involvement by the person who is on trial. And I believe the sentencing for conspiracy would have been the same as murder 1 anyway. On a motion for acquittal, and you heard the judge say it, and I think I heard Josh Selman say it at one point also, and Sarah Catherine said it, you have to take all the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. And that's because what you're saying at this point is, what Selman is saying at this point is, the state did not do enough that a reasonable jury could convict beyond a reasonable doubt. So all you're looking at is what the state presented, and only what the state presented, because the question is, did the state do enough? And of course, the motion was denied. But I actually thought, I didn't hear the whole
Good
argument.
morning, Joe.
Good morning. I actually thought he did a pretty good job, although I didn't hear the whole thing. Good morning, Tim. They just dealt with a motion for directed verdict of acquittal on counts 1 and 3, citing Williams. The Supreme Court case.
Rule 29. Yeah. He
Yeah.
denied that.
He denied it, yeah. And I just suggested to the people in the chat if they wanted to get a better picture of what Josh Zillman was talking about with regard to Williams, that Judy Sang did a recording going into the Williams case that I thought was pretty good and explained it pretty well.
Oh, the Denise Williams, my old case.
Yes, right.
Where they let her go of first degree and they upheld the conspiracy.
Yeah, right. But her recording explains what the Supreme Court of Florida said was needed for murder, to get an individual for murder who wasn't present at the scene. And I think there might be some people in the chat who would like to have a better, picture of it.
Did you listen to Josh?
I listened to most of it. They started earlier than I expected them to do. So I heard, I think, the last half, the last 2/3. I thought he did a pretty good job of making the argument for the directed verdict of acquittal. I didn't think he was going to win it, but I thought he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I think Everett would rather have the appellate court tell him he's wrong than him doing it.
Right.
But so I think we expect basically experts today.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie may testify, but my understanding, Charlie's going to testify to be anti-Rob. So he may come in and do anti-Rob. But
And not anything more than that? Not talk about the... Huh?
No, my understanding, no. And my understanding is that the lawyers are going to be given a day's notice when he's going to be called by the defense so they can clear their calendars, and they have not been notified yet. The state may call him in rebuttal. So I take it they're going to have experts, but I don't know how many experts they really have.
Well, the firm that did the forensics to counter Corbett is that Washington firm. I don't know that there was another firm, but there were 2 people listed on the witness list from that firm. One was a woman and one was Roloff, who I think owns the firm or is the manager of the firm. I can't imagine I can't imagine any reason why they would call 2 experts from the same firm to give the same evidence. So it would be one of them. And if we're right that it's someone from that firm, I think it has to be the woman. And I'm sorry, I'm saying the woman. I don't have the witness list in front of me, because when Zellman said they'd have their expert here by today, he said she.
Okay.
So it has to be if we're right, it's that firm. It would have to be the woman from the firm. And again, I'm just so sorry I don't remember her name. I shouldn't be saying the woman.
Right.
Kelsey Guay, Guay, is the other person from that firm. But who else? They're not going to have a handwriting expert because they conceded that the handwriting on the script was Donna's.
Right. Well, they may call Kristen Adamson.
Okay, and who is Adamson?
She's the lawyer that represented Wendy. And I think she's going to claim that this allegation that Wendy was under for fraud and there was some money that was premarital. And I just think that I don't know if that really is going to carry the ball in this case to deny motive. But
well, they didn't. The state this time didn't even emphasize it at all. And if Webster doesn't testify, as I recall, the last time it was Stephen Webster that really went into the fraud, and he thought they would win that motion, and that it would affect Wendy's license, potentially affect Wendy's license. Very little of that came in, if at all, this time.
I know that was not a focus.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Do you have any idea what this other motion is that they're talking about?
I do not. They have another motion at sidebar.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I was going to mention, because there were a couple of questions yesterday about Bernhardt, that there was a motion with regard to Bernhardt that involved conduct that she allegedly engaged in after she went to the state, after she talked to Newland. And she did it, I think from what I heard her testify to, everything she testified to was before she went to the state. And
that was a motion that was granted in
that's
part.
right, to suppress the
And-
other part of it, right?
And I think the judge made the correct ruling.
I do too.
Because you can't have an inmate who's in jail and a defendant has a lawyer. You can't send somebody in the jail cell to collect evidence for you. That's violating the Sixth Amendment.
Right.
And they should have known better. That was a mistake.
Yeah. Well, you can send them in, but they're not allowed to initiate. They can listen.
Right.
And they're allowed to move the conversation forward, because you can't sit there like a stone and not say, oh, I see. But you cannot ask any question that moves the ball.
Right.
Yeah. And the defense was going to call another jailhouse informer who said she had overheard those conversations and that Bernhardt was trying to elicit more information. So I agree with you completely. I also think, there was no need that what Bernhardt testified to in the front end was sufficient. And boy, that would have been an appealable issue right out of the gate. So.
Yeah, I think that they got all they need, all the meat off that bone. No reason to cause issue down the road.
Right. So you don't think experts could take the whole day, do you?
I don't, but I'm not sure who else they're going to call.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure they want to call Charlie, and they're not going to put Donna on yet unless they want to buttress her and try to, in case she messes up so poorly. You never want your defendant to be the last witness.
Yeah.
Because if he makes a mistake, that's all the jury remembers.
Well, they're going to hear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the witness list, but I don't know enough about some of these names. I looked some of them up, but there's some that I just don't know. It can't be the expert witness on protecting privileged communications, because that's not a jury question. That would have been handled before, I would think. There's somebody called, do you know who this is? Eddie Barnes from SCORE Investigations and Consulting. Is that their investigator?
That might be their private investigator.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it looks like it's a motion by the defense.
Yes, because that I heard. You were coming on. That I heard. That Zellman said he had the other issue.
Yeah, the prosecutors are going to respond to.
Do you think they may be calling witnesses such as Maricel Descalzo to say she was perfectly free to go to Vietnam, that was the evidence? And
yeah, they could.
Because otherwise, I really don't see anybody, because I don't know this well enough to know. What is James Todd? Do you know what James Todd Murphy is expert in?
No idea.
He's from Nebraska.
No idea.
Yeah, I'm looking at, since you said expert testimony, I'm running this list to see who on the list is an expert in something.
They're taking a lot of time. Judge Everett doesn't like to keep the jury waiting.
Yeah.
So there must be something going on that.
Well, Zellman said it was something they talked about before.
Okay.
That's all I know.
Please bring in the jurors.
Well, we're not going to even know how it went. We don't know what it was. And so we're never going to be able to guess if it was granted. What it was, we're not going to hear. At least I'm not. Tim, you may be able to do it.
I think James Murphy's a media analyst guy.
Oh, he must be maybe the moving the jury, moving the trial.
We're not going to do that in front of a jury. That
No.
ship has sailed.
So why would he be on their
Assistance
witness?
of counsel.
Oh, well, we'll find out, I guess. Well, we found out, I know, so,
Yeah, they're bringing the jury in, so they're ready to proceed.
yeah.
You have your first witness. Let's go.
Well, this is exciting. We're going to actually hear the defense case.
And defense lawyers are really bad at direct examination because they very seldom do it. So they usually get hit with a lot of objections for leading the witness.
But Georgia hasn't been making objections for leading, and she didn't
She
in
does.
Shirley's trial, as I recall.
She does. That's not her style.
Do you know how full the courtroom is? Do we know?
I only saw one side. It looked pretty good. I didn't see the other side.
Well, somebody in the chat will know. Can you tell us?
Yes.
Somebody in the gallery, whether it's full or not? And
Everyone
whether
can be
it's
seated.
anybody with Harvey?
Good morning, members of the jury. I hope everyone had a good, restful, long weekend. At this point in time, we are going to begin with the defense's case in chief. Mr. Zellman, you may call the defense's first witness.
Let's see Harvey. I didn't hear the name. Did you?
I didn't either. Well, it's a lady. Well, she'll spell her name and
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just pull that microphone a little over closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you speak into it so everyone
Yes,
can.
yes,
hear you.
ma'am.
Okay. If you could tell us your name and then spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Anne Elizabeth Cunningham, ANNE ELIZABETH, Cunningham, CUNNINGHAM.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you're aware why we're here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't want your address, but where do you live?
I live in Naples, Florida,
Okay.
and New Jersey.
Okay. So you spend some time in New Jersey during the year and some time in the state of Florida.
That is correct.
All right. And tell us, what did you do? Are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what did you do for your career?
I was a teacher, special education teacher.
Okay. Do you know Donna Adelson?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you known Miss Adelson?
Since 2009.
Okay. And how is it that the two of you met?
Excuse me.
How did you meet?
We met when my life partner and I drove to Florida and arrived on Christmas Eve, and the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant, and he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So he actually went to high school with Harvey, and
Okay.
Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay. And what is his name?
Ronald Gutterson.
Okay. And so he cracked his tooth, and what happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, who do we know in South Florida who can help me? And our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day to treat Ronnie.
Okay. And when you said they went to high school together, that wasn't in Florida, right?
No, it was in Manhattan, New York.
Okay. All right. Very good. So he was able to take care of Ronald?
Yes, he made a special trip. It was Christmas Day to come in and care for him.
Okay. And then how did that lead to you meeting Mrs. Adelson?
When Ron returned, he said that he had re-met a former high school classmate of his, and that he was a very lovely man, and that he thought it would be very nice if maybe we had dinner together with his wife.
And did you do that?
We did.
Okay. And from there, did you develop a strong friendship?
We did. We all got along very well and developed a friendship.
Okay. And when you spent your time in Florida, was that Naples at that point?
No, it was in Southeast Florida,
Okay.
Aventura.
All right. And was that closer to where the Adelsons were living at that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So did you spend quite a bit of time together?
We did.
Okay. Socializing?
We did.
Did you travel together at all?
Quite often.
Okay. So you had a lot of contact over the years.
Very much so.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to speak to her on the telephone when you were away in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you say you had regular contact throughout?
Regular contact.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, this nice young lady over here, she's typing every word that we're saying. And I have a bad habit of talking over people, and she will shoot me if I do that. So I'm going to
And I have
try.
a bad habit of speaking quickly.
So you and I are going to need to make sure we wait until the other person finishes before we start to speak, okay? So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes,
And then spending time together while you were in Florida?
yes,
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point, you got your home then in Naples? Is that right?
that is correct.
Okay, but still continued to spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
yes, I did.
Okay.
I met 2 of her children.
And who were they?
I met Wendy
Okay.
and I met Charlie.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity with the Adelsons to spend time with Wendy, her children, and Danny?
Yes,
Okay. And you never met Rob?
no.
Okay. All right. How would you best describe Donna Adelson and what you've come to know of her over these many years?
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
So I think this lady, if I remember right, I think Donna was at her place in Naples during Charlie's trial.
Ah,
But this is a typical, she's a great lady. I love her. Oh, so what if you found out she killed her son-in-law? Would that change your opinion of her?
yeah.
When you say yes, there's no good answer, right?
No, there isn't. But she's very likable.
She
a good
seemed like
witness.
You see the dig they did at Rob? She never met Rob.
I know. Of course, Rob was older and he was already in his career in different states. So of course she wouldn't have met him, even if he was close to his mother.
So this is their best witness? They're leading off with this?
Well, start strong and end strong. Isn't that the rule?
I'm not sure a character witness is going to be strong.
No. But if it's really a character witness, we may hear more bad character in rebuttal.
On cross-examination.
That too. She looks really nice. I love that blouse, and she looks really
You like her clothing?
I do. I love it. And subliminally,
Yeah.
she's looking the way maybe a juror will think Donna would look today if she hadn't been involved in this murder plot, which may undercut a little the little lady over there with the frizzy hair and the sweater and the sort of
We were ruled on 404 grounds as to the relevance. Let's move to that, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to Mrs. Adelson and your observations of her over these, 15 years, have you found her to be a hateful person?
Never,
Is she aggressive towards others?
never,
Have you ever heard her threaten anyone?
never,
Have you ever seen her harm anyone?
never.
Have you ever heard her threaten to have somebody harmed?
No.
Did she ever make statements to you? Well, let me ask you this first. You were friends with her, obviously, when Wendy was going through her divorce.
Yes,
During that time period, through the divorce, and up to the time that Danny Markel was killed, you're aware that he was murdered.
yes, I am.
Okay. At any time during that period, did she ever say she wanted to have Danny Markel killed?
Never,
Ever say she wanted him to be harmed?
never.
She got upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that she displayed her anger over that situation?
She would be frustrated, and then she would calm down, and she told me that she,
You can't say what she said.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. But during that time period, did she ever do anything other than vent to you about it?
Never,
Did she ever claim she was going to do anything about
Never.
it? Okay. Would you say that she is supportive of her children?
very.
Okay. And she's Jewish. Are you as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you find her parenting consistent with the traditions of raising Jewish children?
Yes.
Okay.
Parenting of who?
There's been some testimony that she kind of managed her kids' lives. Did she give them advice?
Yes.
Did the children, as they were adults, make up their own minds about what they wanted to do?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you would talk on the phone with Miss Adelson. Did you use home phones to do that during some of the period of time?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Home phones like landlines?
Sometimes,
Okay. Did you use cell phones?
many times,
Okay. Did you travel with Harvey and Donna Adelson?
many times.
Okay. And as part of your travel, did you go overseas?
Yes.
And in your travel overseas, did you ever use any of the applications that you can put on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall which applications you all used?
WhatsApp and Viber.
And what was the purpose of using those?
Because you didn't get charged, for, and also to keep in communication. If we were on a cruise or on a land trip, where are you? Where are you? When are we meeting? Because they were free.
Okay.
It was easy.
So while you were overseas, instead of having to pay increased rates on your cellular plan from the United States, you could use this app for free.
Yes.
Okay. Did you use those apps with Mrs. Adelson to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No.
I want to talk to you, I'll lead you forward to the date that Danny Markel was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was called, and Donna was quite hysterical.
Okay.
And she said to me, Danny's been shot.
Sustained.
Goes
Do
to-
not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Please continue.
may we
It is
approach,
strict.
please?
Please approach.
Yeah, that's a proper objection for hearsay. It's an out of court statement,
Right.
offered for the
For the
truth.
truth, right?
And I don't know of any hearsay exception for that. Present state of mind. I mean, she could probably describe her demeanor,
Right.
but that's about it.
Mhm.
I like someone in the chat just said this is crap.
Yes, but they,
I wonder if the jury's thinking the same thing.
yeah, I don't know. It's just so difficult to erase what we all know that the jury hasn't heard.
It's curious how hard Georgia will get into the facts. Will she read her some of those text messages and emails saying, well, you're a Jewish woman. Would you ever threaten to put your kid in Nazi uniforms?
Right.
Tim and Jill, I also want to let you guys know, in case you guys didn't know, or in case anyone forgot, Donna had also called Annie Cunningham while she was in jail. So Susan from True Lifestyles had shared those call logs with us, and Donna had called Annie, and Anne was also, I believe she stopped picking up Donna's calls in January, but they had a very close relationship until Donna went to jail.
That's good to know.
Tim, do you recall if Georgia released Rob once his testimony was over?
I think she did, because he's not living there. Yeah, I can't say for sure. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. Looks like a pretty full courtroom.
Yeah. And they're sitting more closely together this time.
Not a good sign when you have to go to sidebar and your first witness is a character witness.
And twice, not once, twice so
Right.
far.
And you've been sustained on objections 2 or 3 times.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just thinking Everett, who likes to keep on schedule, must already be getting edgy because it is 9:30. It's the first character witness, and she's not, I think she's got at least as much to say as she's already said.
A dumpster fire.
Yeah. If this is how it's going to go, this is going to be a long day.
Yeah. Yeah, look at this. They're not. This is their witness.
I know.
Thank you, Judge. Before we talk about what she might have said to you, at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson, was it the day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes.
he was shot and barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay. So when you spoke to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
She called me.
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
Very.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
Very.
Okay. Did she seem to be at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She
and
did.
I'm sorry.
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendy and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay. And
Because she did not know who had shot him.
okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate
That's a
whether
leading
she had
question.
plans to go to see him at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Okay. During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
I believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you what had transpired at the memorial service?
She told me it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching.
Okay. And at the time that she was telling you this, did she still was she still very upset about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go forward just a little point in time. Did you continue to stay in contact with Mrs. Adelson and her husband from the time that Danny was murdered moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware at some point that her son, Charlie Adelson, who you said you had met, was arrested?
Yes, I was.
In the case. Okay. And did you keep up with the case against Charlie in social media or news or anything?
No.
Okay.
I really don't do social media.
Okay.
And of course it was on the news.
Okay. Did you watch it on the news?
As little as possible.
Okay. There came a time that Charlie Adelson was on trial for the charges against him. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, in speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Adelson, was it brought to your attention that
Staying.
at some point, did you allow Mr. and Mrs. Adelson to stay in your home in Naples?
Yes, I did.
For the purpose of watching the trial?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that they actually did stay there for a good portion of the trial?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, moving forward, did you become aware that Charlie Adelson was convicted of the offenses with which he was charged?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Were you aware that, well, you knew their grandchildren, both of their grandchildren from Danny, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a bar mitzvah plan for the younger one in January of 2023? No, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually attend that?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where after the verdict that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson about what in the world she was going to do?
Yes.
Okay. And did she discuss with you that she had planned?
The answer would call for hearsay. Do you have an exception to offer concerning those?
It's going to go to her state of mind, Judge.
You need to lay the foundation as to why this specifically would go to state of mind, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So could you explain to us the behavior, how Mrs. Adelson was acting at the time? Don't tell us what she said yet, but how was she portraying herself at that time? Was she upset?
Yes.
Okay. How did she express that to you, that she was upset? Not in words, just your observations, hearing her on the phone, etc.
She cried a lot.
Okay.
She was very concerned about Harvey,
Okay.
very concerned about Charlie,
Okay.
and just incredibly sad.
Okay. And during the time that she was sad and worried about Harvey and Charlie, now that he's going to prison for life, you knew
Yes.
that. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So during that, when she's having these emotions, did she tell you that she was planning on
Please approach.
this is the third time.
She's trying to get in evidence that she cannot get in.
I know.
It should not be allowed. It is hearsay. If Donna wants to testify to it,
She can.
she can take the stand.
But she keeps getting at it, and he should stop her from even asking the questions because she's still conveying the information she wants this witness to testify to.
Sure, I don't blame her for trying, but at some point the judge is going to say, let's move on. We've already ruled on this. And why would she need to go to her house and watch the
I wondered that. Where's Naples?
Naples is a very affluent area in South Florida, very well.
So it's not near Tallahassee, it's near Miami.
No, it's down South Florida.
So why? They had that condo. Didn't they still have the house?
I think so, unless this woman has a big house and wanted to be able to be away from the condo or get an early exit in case they were being watched. Right?
I don't think Jackie wants the jury to draw that inference.
I hope Georgia asked that question.
Yeah. Thank you. Who's that? Joel that's answering that, or COE? 3.5 miles from Miami.
Three hours from Miami.
Yeah.
It's on the Gulf Coast. It's on the East Coast. It's a very affluent, very wealthy area, Joe.
Thank you.
I'm sure this woman doesn't want to be there on national TV with her good friend who's on trial for murder.
Well, she hasn't been in the gallery for her.
Yeah. Well, she can't be if she's a witness.
Oh, that's right, of course.
Question is she going to go in the gallery after she testifies?
Mhm. Somebody's guessing that Donna stayed in Naples so that Wendy and the kids could have the condo. But by the time of Charlie's trial, didn't Wendy have her own townhouse?
Yeah, I don't think she was having anything to do with them
Yeah.
when he was on trial. I think there was a separation there.
Well, if there was, yeah, that's right.
It's not concise, clear
The
questioning.
jury, we are going to take a brief break before we continue with the direct examination of this witness. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
So it's turning out to be a longer argument.
Yeah.
Ms. Cunningham, you may step down. Please step outside the doors. Don't discuss your testimony with any other person.
Well, Tim, now you can see why it might take all day to get a couple of witnesses. Do people in the chat have any questions while we're waiting? If you put question marks, so I'll try to look but I need question
Everyone can be
marks.
seated. We'll resume with the testimony. We'll try to, at least within the next 5 minutes, that should give the defense an opportunity to confer with the defendant. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Okay, so what do they have to talk to Donna about?
Well, there's something that would implicate her that they want her to sign off on in the next question. And the client has to agree to that trial strategy, because otherwise she gets convicted. She can come back for ineffective. But if it's a trial strategy, it's normally affirmed
Right.
as long as the client was aware of it and signed off on it.
But why wouldn't they? I mean, I don't know what it is that that this witness might open the door to, but wouldn't they have anticipated this already and talked to Donna about it?
Professor, have you seen this defense team?
You know, Tim, it's only 20 to 10. If you're going to start out with this tone.
Well, it's par for the course, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You watch a golfer shank the ball for 8 holes, and the 9th hole, he hits it in the water. You're like, am I surprised? No. You know, they really are making Dan look like a top-notch lawyer by this presentation. Now, his defense was foolish, but at least he had more clarity. His case, he moved forward. He had his witnesses. He had his big book.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Well, Tim, you're getting a question that I think you answered. Do you feel the defense is not prepared?
Well, I don't know if they're not prepared. I mean, you got to say they have a really bad case. They really have a bad defendant. The facts are against them. You have a prosecution team that this is their 4th trial. Prosecution team that's very professional, got some really good evidence, great witnesses, and great facts. So it's not easy. You know, it'd be like me playing golf against Tiger Woods, right? I might get one shot where I don't look foolish, but the rest of the time I'm going to look foolish. I don't know where they're going, and I don't know why they would put a character on first. Does that mean they're not calling anybody else but Donna? I don't know. And this happens. I got 4 or 5 witnesses, Judge, and then you don't have any, or 3 or 4 days of testimony, and we're going to rest because we don't think that the state has proven their case. So you don't put someone in the stand. And that might be their strategy and why they have to get their client to sign off.
Mm-hmm. Here's another question for you. Why could she say how Donna described Dan's funeral and that wasn't considered hearsay?
Well, that would be, does the answer go, is it offered for the truth, or is it offered to show why someone did something or why someone was acting a certain way? So it's not going for the truth, and that would be a hearsay, not an exception, but it would not be considered hearsay.
So
Is that right, Professor?
yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know that better than I think. But here's a follow-up for me. What is it that Donna's description of the funeral would be that would go to something other than the truth of the matter?
Well, it could be her state of mind. She was upset. She was scared. That's why they moved the kids. They didn't know who killed them. They were worried for Wendy.
And the description of the funeral, you think, is sufficiently tied to that?
I don't, but it's a murder case, so the judge is going to give the defense some leeway to try their case the way they want to.
Okay. Then there was a question if Wendy moved to Austin, Texas. The answer to that is yes. What we don't know is if recently she moved to Colorado. There's been some talk that she moved again. Tim?
Yeah, there must have been a memorial service and then a funeral.
Yeah, the memorial service was a day or two after the death, and then the funeral was in Canada.
Right, she didn't go to the funeral.
And she didn't go to that, and nor did Wendy. So here's another. What effect can this testimony have on the jury's decision?
Probably very little.
Okay.
Except maybe the only witness to come in here and say that Don's a nice person.
Well, if they're going to do that, I would pull in those who say not true, or at least I'd bring Rob back to say, this is what
all she's going to do is let her read those emails.
That's right.
Did you know that she sent this? Would you do that? No. So these emails, you're a Jewish woman. Would you send that to your in-laws? Would you have done that to your grandchildren? Does this change your position on her attitude? If she says no, then she's not credible. Mm-hmm. If she says yes, then she's now worthless.
Right. I would like them to ask her, would you have served shrimp at your daughter's wedding when her husband was religious and there were going to be people there who kept kosher?
That's that. How does that happen? I mean, why would you do that except to insult them?
That's what I think it was. Because the evidence, as I recall it, from people was that he raised it, Donna resisted, and then ultimately she agreed, and then she didn't follow through and did it the way she wanted to.
Yeah. I mean, that's just so disrespectful.
Okay. Then Jean P. is asking, what do we think about Wendy hugging Harvey on her way out of the courtroom the other day? I didn't see that, so I don't.
Well, she hugged her and kissed him on the cheek. It's still her father.
While the jury was still there?
Usually when they walk out, like Juna Chenda walked out, the jury doesn't leave before the witness does, and they call their next witness, so they could have seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And the judge is not going to call attention. Please disregard the witness kissing
That's
her
right.
father. That would be bad.
That's right.
And it may be Wendy saying, see you later. Peace out, Dad. Good luck.
I think you answered that. People in the chat, Tim, like your comment. Professor, have you seen this defense team? You're going to win the Snarky Award today.
I know. I'm sorry. It's kind of early.
Okay, Tim. Blue Taylor wants you to explain hearsay. Why can't she say what Donna said? But then why can the prison inmates can say she did it?
Well, it's different because that's a party opponent. And what they don't want is you coming in here saying, Billy told me this, and then the other lawyer can't cross-examine Billy because Billy's not there, and they can't cross-examine. I mean, it's just not, it's not fair. I mean, I guess that's what I'm saying. It's just not fair to let you say what someone else told without being subject to cross-examination. There's a confrontation clause that you are allowed to confront your accuser. And by letting a statement in by someone not in the courtroom, you're not being able to confront them.
Right. So contrast that with the state asking Bernhardt what Donna said to her, and that was permitted.
Well, that's a statement against interest of a party opponent, someone who's on trial, who is there. She can confront her and she can testify differently, right?
Right. I just think that yes.
And then there's another there is an exception. They charge conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
So co-conspirators' statements are hearsay exceptions. So you can say what a co-conspirator said. It's not hearsay. It's an exception.
Right.
And that's why in federal court, they always charge conspiracy. So they can always get the co-conspirator statements.
Exactly. Oh, here's a good question. Why was it a surprise that Rostrom gave up Donna's notebook, or at least parts of Donna's notebook?
I'm sorry, Joe, what'd you say?
Yeah, why was it a surprise? Literally, it's phrased that Rostrom gave up at least parts of Donna's notebook.
I don't know. Without a search warrant, you just handed it over. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking myself, do you think Donna thinks this is going well?
Charlie thought his was going well.
That's what I'm saying, but you think she's got the same feeling?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't see how she could, but I don't.
Thanks, Jared. Jared says I do better against Tiger Woods than they're doing against Georgia. That's true, because I could get lucky and sink a long putt and tie Tiger on a hole. I really don't think anyone is ever going to buy that Donna was going there to travel to get a peace of mind and not trying to flee. I just don't believe any juror would believe that.
I can't believe it either. Okay, Tim, somebody's asking you a very difficult question. BB Jonas, what would your defense strategy be?
You know, wouldn't the best defense have been that she loves her kids, that she didn't do anything? They can't prove she did anything prior to them hiring her, right? Or having Dan Kidd. All they can prove is what she did afterwards. So she's only an accessory after the fact. They don't have any action she took place before the murder, right?
Well, would you consider the bringing the money to pay the shooter after the fact, or still part of the?
Well, he was already killed.
I know,
he was already shot.
Wouldn't it still be part of the? I don't even know what the noun would be for it, but the circumstances of the murder, because you have to do the act and then you have to finish it up by paying the actual shooter.
Well, they don't have any evidence she paid them before, because the money for the go up there was from Charlie. And she can say, I didn't know. Charlie called me up and said he needed $100,000. So we went over there and gave it to him. Right. And that's when he told me about these people. I mean, I think they're kind of weak on Donna orchestrating or perpetrating or putting in motion, you know, except the planner, right? The planner. Why would she have his car and his tag 2 years after divorce? Why would she have that?
Right.
And you could say she passed that to Charlie. Charlie passed that to Katie, and Katie gave it to Sigfredo.
Yeah, and there was a note in the chat yesterday that I didn't focus on that, and they're exactly right. It's because part of the time I have trouble keeping straight when we're in Tampa and when we're in Miami. And there was a comment yesterday that maybe Donna could say she had the license plate information because the condo required security to get your car in. But when you think about that, I don't think Dan ever had his car in Miami, and that's what we're talking about, not Tallahassee. And so,
Right. That was 2 years after they were
Yeah.
divorced, and the vitriol showed he was not going to their condo.
no, and I don't think he ever had a car down there if he was ever in Miami. But I didn't think about that until late because, as I say, I have trouble keeping track of when they're in what place because I can't picture. I should draw myself a little map so that I can refer to it whenever they're talking about one of these cities to remember which city we're in.
So the answer to that question is yes. Once a witness is released, can they be subpoenaed? Yes.
Yeah.
You could re-subpoena them if you have to, if you can get them served,
Mm-hmm.
or if they have a lawyer and their lawyer is willing. Remember, Wendy was released,
I had to come back. Yeah.
and then had to come back after Lacoste testified to impeach her.
Well, this is taking longer than 5 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, this is par for the course.
So do you think this means they really want this witness to testify to this, or it's another time when they just can't give up when the judge says no and they keep repeating and repeating?
Well, it's early, right? It's early in their defense, so it's not like this is the third day and they're going to say, okay, forget it. And the judge is going way overboard, giving them leeway.
Mhm.
I mean, it's 10 o'clock or after 10, and this witness has been on the stand for 15 minutes.
And it's a character witness.
Right. The easiest witness you can have. How long do you know this person? Blah, blah, blah. Go right down the list of questions.
Everyone can be seated. The objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination of this witness. That's when it matters.
But
Thank
wasn't allowed
you.
to get it in.
Mrs. Cunningham, we were talking about the fact that you were speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes,
Was she upset about that?
yes,
Was she crying?
yes,
Was she, did she appear to be distraught about the circumstances?
yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
Very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you in that state, did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that?
she was considering taking her own life.
Okay.
Well, that's not an evidence I would have put out there.
And this is right after the conviction?
And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same conversations with her in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes,
Okay.
I agree. These were all leading
Just a moment.
questions.
Thank you.
That's it? Wow. Yeah, that's my point. If you're innocent and your son's just been convicted, why would you commit suicide?
Mm-hmm.
Just one last subject I wanted to ask you about. As a Jewish mother and grandmother, are the traditions of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, are those important to you all?
Very important.
Okay, based on your relationship with Mrs. Adelson, was the bar mitzvah that was upcoming for her younger grandson from Mr. Markel, was that something that she was participating in?
Yes,
Was she excited about attending?
very.
I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
This ought to be good.
I hope.
With the defendant's statement that he could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought.
No, I'm not.
I guess if she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
No, she was always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it.
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her after Charlie's verdict?
Yes,
Okay. You were best friends with her.
yes,
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel.
sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
Not to my knowledge, not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans to threaten or to convert the children to Christianity in order to strong arm Mr. Markel?
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said that was so foolish of me.
When did she say that?
I don't know whether we were together or on a phone call. I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
We were on a trip to Japan together.
Okay. When was the trip to Japan?
Can't
We
recall.
took so many trips. I'm not exactly sure of the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
I don't recall.
And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No,
Obviously, it's the people that are extorting her, right?
she didn't know what. Are you talking about? Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to the people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markel.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
She was. I'm confusing that with the bump. I believe that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
No, I believe it was afterwards.
After the bump, you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
I'm not sure of the timeline.
Okay. And when you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine, you learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
And when the phone call was made to you, you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very upset and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number,
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me the last four digits if you want to.
1655.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend, Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, would it refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
I guess. It's a long time ago.
Here we go.
Mhm,
Approach.
New tabs.
mhm.
Show you those. I'm gonna just draw your attention to, I've circled a few here, but just
Sure.
free to look at as many as you need to for context.
Oh, yes, this part I do recall.
You can show that's the same message as you're referring to.
Now, if they act surprised, they really are not prepared.
Why don't they have a copy of them? They would have to have known that was going to be the cross or part of it.
Well, really, this is not a government witness. And I don't know if it would have been turned over in
So
discovery.
you did keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son.
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes,
Okay. And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you disagreed with the verdict, right?
yes,
You think the jury got it wrong, didn't you?
yes.
And that was out of loyalty to your friend, right?
No, I thought they got it wrong.
They got it wrong. Okay. And you, in fact, said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all, right?
Yes,
Meaning Charlie's innocent,
yes,
Wendy's innocent.
definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markel. Isn't that what you think?
Yes,
And when she went to Vietnam, or was trying to go to Vietnam to clear her head, she was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay. She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes?
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her. You aware of that?
No,
She didn't say that statement to you.
I don't recall really.
It's getting really nervous.
Do you remember Mrs. Adelson texting you after the verdict and complaining that Wendy had not even called?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
She's lost credibility. If it wasn't for those facts, the defense would be doing great.
Which one?
Bottom one.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
I remember her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendy hasn't even called, right? Is
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just see where she wrote that?
I did. She wrote that.
And you offered to come and be with her during that difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
This is a classic example of what's called impeachment. I'm waiting for her like
Worked as
my cousin Vinny. I'm through with this
My
witness.
husband?
hired.
My
I'm
late
sorry, I thought you had, maybe it's not your husband, partner?
partner.
Is that Mr. Gutterson?
Yes.
What type of work does he do, or what's his background?
He owned a computer consulting business.
Does he also do anything with real estate?
He did it with his ex-wife. They flipped apartments a lot. They moved a lot.
Okay.
Made a lot of money in real estate.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
Just make sure I understand your testimony correctly. Donna didn't tell you at the time she was writing checks that she was writing checks, correct?
No,
And when you spoke about extortion, you were talking about Charlie being extorted.
yes,
Donna, did she ever say she was actually being extorted or
No.
how? Okay.
No.
Okay. Now you were asked questions by the state, which implied that Ms. Adelson was going to a non-extradition country. She wasn't returning, right?
that's what I was told.
Just now while you were
Yes,
testifying.
yes.
You didn't hear that before.
No,
Did Donna ever tell you she wasn't coming back?
never.
In fact, she told you she was coming back, didn't she?
Definitely.
And she was coming back without a doubt to go to what?
Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I don't have anything further.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by the defense or the state potentially in rebuttal? Will this witness be recalled by the defense?
No, Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't.
You are released, Ms. Cunningham. You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
For defense, the next witness would be Ronald Gutterson.
So it looks like the defense does have some friends and family in the gallery.
I wondered about it. Either
Harvey's
that or was so crowded that the judge opened up that row. No, she's staying. Look at that.
Yeah.
But where's Harvey?
Harvey was just walking in with this guy.
Oh.
But I've been visiting out there.
Mr. Gutterson, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
This is
Do
the
you swear or affirm the testimony you will offer will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so the jurors can hear you.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Gutterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in...
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next 25 years later at our high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in, around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas. And this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami, Christmas Eve. Everything is closed. We're hungry. What do you eat? Chinese food. So we order Chinese food. I bite into the spare rib. I crack my front tooth. I call a friend of mine who's a dentist in New York who also went to high school with us. And I said to him, who do we know in Florida? I need a dentist. He gave me a choice of names, one of which was Harvey. The other fellows were academics teaching at the university. Harvey I knew from high school. I called him on Christmas. He saw me the next day and we reconnected and we became friendly. And then he and Donna and Annie and I would travel together and we really bonded. The chemistry was there.
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and Harvey?
Once again,
Can you describe their relationship, Donna?
a very loving couple, very together, very warm.
Were you aware that their son, Charlie, was arrested in this investigation?
Yes.
During Charlie's trial, can you describe Donna and Harvey's state of mind, how they were feeling about things?
To put it mildly, extremely upset, off the wall, like most caring parents would be.
Did there come a time, now your life partner is Annie Cunningham?
Cunningham?
Okay. And when you first reconnected in 2008 or 2009, did you all have a place in Miami or in South Florida?
Yes. Annie had a place in Aventura.
And at some point, later did you purchase a house on the west coast of Florida?
In 2015,
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
Some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place where snowbirds. They, during the trial, were, for lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters. And they just wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community. We offered them the use of our home, especially since we weren't there. And they availed themselves of this opportunity.
After the verdict was rendered in Charlie's case, did you speak with Harvey and Donna?
Several days later, and Annie spoke to Donna, and obviously they were distraught, and Harvey was off the wall.
What do you mean when you say off the wall?
He was devastated. His son was convicted.
Now, I want to back up a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and education?
I have an undergraduate degree in economics. I have a master's and MBA in finance. I have several credits towards my doctorate in economics.
Any prior military experience?
I was in the Army Reserve Military Intelligence Division.
And when was that?
Approximately 1966 to 1971.
After the conviction, did you become aware that Harvey and Donna were trying to travel to clear their heads?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not that was a permanent move or was it temporary?
It was, to the best of my knowledge, a temporary move. It was approximately November, and they were coming back in January or February for their youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah.
So, although they were traveling, they made it clear that they'd be back for the bar mitzvah.
Yes, Donna had told Annie that she purchased a dress.
Can't say what somebody else said. Just you.
Yes, I was aware they were going to return.
Under any set of circumstances, would they not have returned?
Calls for speculation.
Under normal circumstances, they would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
That still begs the question, doesn't it? Why didn't they just buy the return ticket?
Right. Yeah, they knew the date of the bar mitzvah. Why wouldn't they have the ticket?
And Harvey is so careful about money.
Yeah,
That would be a lot less expensive.
Mr. Gutterson, while Donna and Harvey were traveling, were you asked to assist with the rental property business?
Yes.
In what way?
The handyman, Jared, was given my phone number. I was given his phone number. And I was asked to do Harvey a favor that if Jared had any problems like purchasing a new air conditioner, a new refrigerator, he would call me for my approval.
And then, but it was clear to you, clear to Jared that this was a temporary arrangement while Harvey and Donna were traveling.
Until he returned during his absence.
Just one more moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-exam.
Under normal circumstances, they were going to make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes,
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that might
Yes.
prevent them
And
from
by the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right, right. But might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not come
it
back.
might. You'd have to think twice.
Sure. And when the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying maybe she might want you to come to where she was? Do you remember that?
To Vietnam?
No, sir. She wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she
You
said.
mean in Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages were sent? Were you in New
To the
York?
best of my knowledge, in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Okay. And she says that Wendy's not responding to them, so she has some issues she may need your help with. Do you remember that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And those were the issues regarding your assistance with managing the rental properties?
No, just overall moral support.
Okay, well, she says specifically Ron may have some work to do here. What is that reference? Is that the moral support?
That and helping with Jared, but I was never spoken to by Donna about this matter. This was between Harvey and myself.
Okay, but you understood that you may be needed to come down.
My
to Florida to
services
do
may
some
be
help.
needed as a friend to assist.
Right. And you were happy to do that, right?
That's what friends are for.
In fact, the response is whenever, whatever you need, we're there.
Words to that effect, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No question, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Gutterson released from the trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state planning to recall him for any purpose? Have a good day, Mr. Gutterson. You are released. Please call the next witness.
The next witness is Kelsey Guay, who might need a
This is the forensics person.
presentation.
It's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We will at that time hear from the next witness.
I thought George's question about about abnormal circumstances was great.
Mhm.
Having another discussion?
I think they got an expert witness. He's got to prepare or something. They got to set up for him.
Okay.
Everyone can be seated. Please bring in the witness so they can get their computer or other matters set up.
I thought those were throwaway witnesses.
Yeah, but they didn't hurt, right?
They didn't hurt who?
The defense.
It didn't hurt the defense. I'm not sure what weight it's going to give.
Yeah. A lot of people in the chat, Tim, think, including Jared Ross, that those witnesses hurt the defense because they think that particularly the woman, I guess, seemed to be lying. I don't know that I would have said she was lying, but she certainly did not know a lot of the pertinent information. And she also got a little, I don't know, the aggressive would be the right word, but defensive and pushing back when she didn't know something. And I thought he was amusing when he got in a couple of pieces of information that the defense has been pushing that I don't know that he would necessarily have known. Okay. There's a question for Tim, but I think he's on the phone, so he's not going to be asking it. Once he's off the phone, I will hold. Tim?
Sorry about that. My wife was calling me.
Yeah. Oh, well, you got to do that.
I took that, yes.
Yeah, you have to. D and Oz wants to know from you what you meant by classic impeachment questions.
Well, classic impeachment, where you impeach a witness that their testimony has really little to no relevance. The credibility is questionable. The bias is overwhelming, and that you should probably disregard this as anything that consider as far as reasonable doubt. I mean, they clearly showed bias, and they really didn't want to really admit, even when they had to be, she had to be shown her emails to admit that her testimony was different than what she was saying.
And then she didn't like it. She got a little defensive about it, which I don't think played very well.
That's correct. And I think he was even more stern and less giving to opposite the facts.
Right. So do you think these two did enough? This is coming through in the chat, that Donna could stay off the stand and not have to talk about the flight to Vietnam. I still don't know what she's going to do about the script, though.
Well, the Vietnam thing, if they think that is going to solve the Vietnam, I think they failed. That is not going to describe why, as you and I said, if she knew the date of the bar mitzvah, why wouldn't she have a return ticket a couple days before the bar mitzvah?
Exactly. And we know, the jury doesn't, but we know how fixated Harvey was on money.
Mm-hmm.
So
right. They were really fixated on money.
So
and everything was on the cheap. Everything was cheap.
And the idea that he would have done 2 one-way tickets for each of them, it doesn't match calling Scott Radius and trying to get Charlie's money back and making all those phone calls or text messages or whatever he did. And I'm blanking now, but there are at least a couple of other places in the record, not in the trial record, but in the general record, about his fixating on money.
Well, Annie kind of hit on it when she said they use the WhatsApp, so they're not going to pay for long distance phone and texting on cruises.
Yeah.
It was so I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people do WhatsApp when they're traveling. That's true. But it further showed all 4 of them were trying to worry about expenses. I'm taking a lot of breaks.
Yes.
This is kind of like I'm watching TV and you get more commercials than you do the show.
I was thinking, and forgive me for saying this, but it's like football. Hurry up a little, 5 seconds or 10 seconds for particularly a pass play, and then another several minutes waiting to set up the next play. I talked to a quarterback about that once, and he said that's really true when you count the actual play time in football as compared to the prep and everything else.
Yeah.
It is disproportionate.
It's probably a good time to be in Venice right now after Labor Day.
Yeah. Here too, the shore, after Labor Day, everything gets quiet. So
Kinda nice.
Tim, Jay Gatsby wants to know why Georgia didn't read some of Donna's emails to Ann Cunningham.
The only thing I can think of is that she already thought she discredited her enough that she didn't want to embarrass her. But I would have asked her, being that she said she was Jewish, if she would have condoned that activity of what she was asking Wendy to do to the kids. Maybe a couple questions.
Yeah. Lori Montcalm, Tim wants to know if Donna can hear the sidebar discussions.
I do not believe she can. Normally, your defendant is allowed to be at the sidebar, and I know when we had trials, I would have my client walk over to the sidebar so they could hear, because the trial, it's their trial, and there are decisions you have to make, and sometimes you want the client to understand that you're making arguments and hear what the arguments are. Now, it's different because she's in custody, but I don't think she's shackled.
I don't either, because she's been able to get up and down
Right.
without seeming to have a problem. Well, Tim, if they had to consult with Donna before the end of the questioning of Ann Cunningham, if you go back to her testimony, what was it that Ann said that they worried about, that they had to consult with Donna about before they proceeded?
You know, I think it had to do with the extorted, right? Charlie was being extorted. You weren't being extorted. I'm just looking at the time frame of the questions in my notes.
Mm-hmm.
And that might have been on redirect, but I really never did hone in on that I could say what it was.
Well, I suppose if you're right, and that seems to me to be better than any guess I have, that perhaps that opens up, if Georgia wants to do it on rebuttal at least, with regard to whether they were both being extorted or not, or whether Donna there's any evidence that Donna felt that she was also being extorted, that, it was the two of us business.
Yeah, if the bar mitzvah is that important to you, and that you're going to use that dress to be buried in, then it's probably it's a traditional event she would go to. Why would they go that far away, requiring visas, one-way tickets? It defies common sense. No one would do that.
Yeah, particularly since if all they wanted to do was relax and get away, they could have gone to any other place that was warm and relaxing, to
Bahamas.
the Bahamas, Bermuda, Nassau, yeah. Costa Rica. I mean, there are lots of places you can go where you didn't have to, in a frenzy, get a visa, and where you weren't researching non-extradition countries.
Michael, that's a good question. I don't know. I've heard that Jackie got a flat fee. If she did, I don't believe the figure I got. I can't believe she's doing it for that figure. If they're paying by the hour, I don't know. The Adelsons are really tight with money, so they probably got a flat fee. They're paying for these experts. So I'm guessing, if I was going to guess, $1 million between the two lawyers and some experts, which for these lawyers would be consistent. They're not high-priced lawyers coming in from out of state, that are going to be requiring a lot of money. They're huge gold diamond earrings. That's so funny because jurors sitting there, all they do is look and listen.
Mm-hmm.
So they're looking at every piece of clothing, every piece of jewelry, and her clothing and her hairstyle. And it's probably not a good look, but she may be too proud. She can't go without looking good. She's going to be on TV. She wants her friends to see her dressed up.
Mm-hmm.
This is me. So she did not dress down. Her hair looked like it was perfectly groomed.
Absolutely. Yeah, but they also talked about all the money they had.
Yeah. Look at the dark outfits. It's just all dark, dreary. Why would they all wear dark?
So, Roger, you seated. Ms. Guay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. You speak loudly and clearly for the
She
jurors.
looks young for an expert.
She does.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kelsey Guay, and I'm a senior digital forensic examiner.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Roll-Off Digital Forensics, which is a small private company based out of Spokane, Washington.
And tell us a little bit about your background and training in the area of digital forensics.
Sure. So starting at the beginning, I graduated from Portland State University with my Master's of Criminal Justice in 2016. During that time when I was in grad school, I worked for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office in their Family Justice Center, which is a domestic violence clinic. After graduating grad school, I became employed with the Portland Police Bureau, which is in Portland, Oregon. I was employed as an investigative crime analyst. So for about 3 years, I supported the entire detective division, and I worked on anything from call detail records, mapping cell site location, developing frequency analysis, looking at pattern of life. I would also help them review search warrant returns. So things like when they get data back from Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and I would do some open source, just looking at people's profiles online to help an active investigation. After that, I was the ICAC analyst, and ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. So during that time, I performed phone extractions. I went on scene to search warrants where there was an internet crimes against person suspect. I would do RAM captures and router examinations. I would also review every single cyber tip and any search warrant returns that came back for those cyber tips. After that, I was the digital forensics lab manager. They civilianized the unit. I was a civilian employee my entire time with the police bureau. And so for about the last a little under 2 years, I managed the digital forensics lab where I would perform extractions, and I led a team of 5 examiners in doing digital forensic extractions and analysis.
Can you tell us approximately how many hours of training have you had specific to the review and analysis and interpretation of call detail records and cell site location information?
I have a general 400 hours of training just related to all kinds of things, digital forensics, CSLI, cybersecurity. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 100 hours dedicated to cell site location information.
And with respect to call detail records and cell site location information, how many sets over the course of your career of call detail records have you reviewed for casework?
Like actual files, I don't have an exact number. I would say close to 1,000, if not over. Some of the cases I work on can have 10 and more phone numbers. So each case can get quite expansive pretty fast. So I would say maybe roughly 1,000 different sets of records.
And with respect to mapping of call detail records, can you tell the jury approximately how many times you've had to map cell site location information from call detail records?
Sure. I would say maybe about half. When I was working in law enforcement, they don't always get location information for a call detail record. Sometimes they just get records without mappable location information, and they want like a frequency analysis looking at, patterns before event of interest. So I would say probably around half of the records I've reviewed.
Have you previously offered testimony in court concerning this subject matter?
I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in digital forensics, specific as to cell site location and call detail records?
In Oregon, it's a little bit different, but in at least one, they did provide me as an expert. Most of it was my employment at the police bureau.
At this point, Your Honor, I would tender the witness.
State wish to voir dire the witness as to her training or experience.
No, sir.
Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of digital forensics?
No, sir.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies, she will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of digital forensics. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guay, in this case, did you review call detail records that were provided or obtained by law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. And specific, can you tell the jury what records you reviewed?
So when I started working on this case, I was given a lot of different data just so that I could see everything that had been obtained by law enforcement. However, my focus was on Donna's cell phone records. So that's where I kept most of my focus was on her records. However, I reviewed all of the data. So essentially there's a lot of AT&T records encompassing various time periods. Some of them, duplicate of the same time period. There were also Sprint records. I think there was also some Verizon and T-Mobile records. So there's a lot.
Okay. Now, we did not provide you with the tower dumps. We just provided you specific with the records of the individuals that were obtained by law enforcement, correct?
Correct. From like a company like AT&T, T-Mobile, related to a specific phone number.
Did you also review any testimony that has been provided in the past by Sergeant Corbett?
Yes.
Specifically, what sets of testimony did you review?
There was, I guess, from this trial, 2 PDFs that I was given discussing testimony from this trial. I think there was also potentially other testimony from previous events that I skimmed because it wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was asked to look at.
Were you provided the information, were you provided call detail records that included cell site location for Harvey Adelson?
I was.
And specifically for Donna Adelson?
I was.
And Charlie Adelson?
I was.
Were you also provided with a PDF of a PowerPoint that was prepared by Sergeant Corbett?
I was.
Okay. What were you asked to review related to this PowerPoint?
So to just look through all of it, there was about 350 slides. So I, kind of went through it slide by slide, but my specific focus was on slides 26 and 28, which were charts of a frequency analysis.
Would it be helpful to the jury to see specifically what you reviewed and the work that you performed?
I believe you guys have probably seen this already, but yeah, it might be helpful to have a visual.
Well, this is the best questioning that the defense has done the whole trial.
Yeah.
She looked a little too eager and happy.
Present.
Yes, please. If you go back a couple slides, please.
To the beginning?
I'm sorry?
To the beginning?
Yes.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is a screenshot of the folder that contained the document that I focused my analysis on, because this document was related to Donna's cell phone number, her records. In this document, after reviewing all of the different ones, I realized that this document contained the most data. It started, I believe the record started January 1 of 2014, and they went through May of 2017. So it contained both time sets that were seen on slides 26. Additionally, this data contained seconds in the timestamp. And so me as an analyst, when I'm looking at CDR documents, I always prefer to get the document that has the most information. And in this case, to have a timestamp that includes seconds.
Why is that important?
I mean, it's important for, different reasons depending on the case. If you are very interested in building like a chronological timeline, having seconds, right? Because we have 60 seconds and 1 minute. So if your call detail records only show you the minute and not the second, things could be coming in showing the same minute, but you don't actually know which happened first without the second time stamped. So different reasons why it can be important.
And in that same note, I think your next slide shows what you obtain when you, or what you see when you open up this file.
Correct.
Can you show that to the jury, please?
I can. So you might have also seen something similar to this earlier in this trial, but this is what that document looks like when you open it up. This is just the first 3 rows because this document, like I said, goes through 2017. There are a lot of rows in this document. So it's just a glimpse of what it looks like when you open it up in a text document, which is the native format. This is not very easy to work with as an analyst. You could take this and you could put it into an analytical program and run some calculations on it. However, when I looked at this in a little bit more detail, and there are slides, I realized this data was kind of messy. And by messy, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily just trust putting it into a program and trusting the numbers that came out. So I took this document and put it into Excel.
So the programs that you're describing that this data could be put into, are those referred to as tools?
Yes.
Okay. And so since this was messy, how did you import this into Excel?
So when you open up Excel, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Excel. I live in Excel, so I'm very familiar with it. But one of the options when you open Excel is there's a data option and you can import data. There's a little tool that helps you bring in text files into Excel. And this one is a great one to bring in Excel because it might be hard to see, but there are commas between each of these values. So this is what's known as a comma separated, type file. So it translates very nicely into Excel.
And can you show the jury how that looks when you put it into Excel, please?
I can. So this is that exact same first 3 rows, and this is what it looks like in Excel.
How does the software, does Excel know how to separate that those 3 lines into making this correctly?
So essentially, there's like a little walkthrough tool when you import data into Excel from a text file, and it will show you a preview. Is this what your data should look like? And you can say, yep, it's using a comma, it's displaying correctly.
Is there anything that you have to do with the times to adjust them for Eastern time?
Yes, so this specific file, it's again, probably very small, but in column 2 or B, the header says connect date or Kahn date time UTC. So this is very common for call detail records to come in UTC. And if they explicitly say UTC, you know it's UTC. So for these records, the times of interest were in the summer. So I knew that this would be in Eastern time. So I was able to add a column in Excel. Again, very easy to do this in Excel. Add a column, write a quick formula, do that time conversion so that I could make sure that, because if you have a call that's in UTC, it might be showing on a different day, but if it kind of happens within that, plus or minus 4 window of when days change, I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right dates for Eastern time.
Okay. And then and you did this for what data?
I did this for Donna's records, the file that we had identified on that very first slide.
Okay. And then did you also do a similar analysis for Charlie's call records?
I looked at his phone records. I did not go quite in depth as what I did with Donna's, but I did look at his in Excel as well. And
I believe the next slide is that frequency chart.
No, the next slide is essentially an example of kind of the messiness that I was referring to earlier.
Can you show the jury that, please?
Yes, of course.
I hate this.
Explain.
Yes, please. What are we looking at now?
Okay, so this is that exact same document. Now, instead of just looking at the first 3 rows, we're looking at rows 1 through 9. And this is at the very top of the document. So as I open up any kind of call detail records, I want to get an idea of what the data contains. So in this example, that red box is just showing 3 unique rows of data. But when I look at these 3 unique rows, I see a couple things that indicate to me that these 3 unique rows might all be referring to the same one call event. And by call event, I mean like an incoming or outgoing call. So if a program takes this, it might see this as potentially 3 different call events. Whereas me as a human, I can realize, oh, there's indicators that tell me that this is one call event.
Is there any way you can zoom in on that a little bit?
Not in the presentation mode.
Okay, if you could back out of the presentation mode and zoom in so that the jury can see what you're talking about, please.
I will do my best.
I hate the camera guy because he never shows us the document.
Any better or worse.
Okay, so the top line that we're looking at there on line 6, what does the data from that line of call detail records tell you?
So essentially when I look at row 6, I see the connect date time, which is when the call was initiated, whether it's an incoming or outgoing call. I see a few things. I see the seizure time, which is the time it takes for the network to set up the call, the elapsed time, which is ET. That's how long the phones would have quote unquote connected. I see the originating and terminating number. So, oops, a little too far. There we go. Originating number, so the call that it was started on, terminating the call, the phone number that the call was ending on. And then because this is a screenshot of Donna's phone records ending in 0997, we also see the IMEI and IMSI. Those are just the, it's like a VIN number for a phone, is an IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier. And then the IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identity. I mean, that's how the network can tell that you are allowed to be on their network, right? And make calls on the AT&T network. We also see the call type, CT, mobile terminating is what that MT stands for. So again, it reinforces the fact that we see Donna's phone number in the terminating column, and then it's reinforced by that MT. In the feature, this is unique to AT&T records. So this is some random, they look like maybe what might be random letters, but they all have meanings. And there's a record key that if you're not super familiar with what those letters means, you can go and look at that record key. But essentially what this is saying in human speak is that the number calling, there was number identity present. That's that NIOP. There's the CN or CFNA, which is call forwarding. It wasn't available, that it couldn't reach the other party. And then you see that VM, which just means voicemail was involved in this transaction.
So the next line, so the features, what does that tell us about this call?
It tells me that there was an incoming call to Donna's phone and it was sent to voicemail.
Okay, and what does the subsequent 2 lines indicate?
So the next 2 lines are related to this initial call event. So I can see that this next one has voicemail. I also can see that this is the forwarding number, which is to forward it to the voicemail box. And then if I go all the way back, the SO and the ST are service originating and service terminating. So these are not human generated. These are network generated logs. So that's what the SO and ST stand for. And then if I go back and I look at the times, the thing I notice is that for those following 2 service calls, the timestamps are the same. And all of this, so while the connection time is that what would be 2:52 p.m., that's when the call would have come into her phone and gone to voicemail. Then those second 2 with the identical timestamps are essentially just multiple legs of that activity. So as a human, I can see that these 3 lines are all related to one event, an incoming call that was routed to voicemail.
Okay, if you can go back to the presentation mode, please.
Of course.
And then let's look at the next slide. What do we see on this slide?
So this is slide 26 that I referenced at the beginning of my testimony. So this was one of the things that they had asked me to specifically review.
And the number that's highlighted, whose number is that?
I believe that is Donna's phone number.
And according to the state's slide 26, how many times, well, what's the time period of these records, of this chart?
So each phone number has a slightly different time period, but for this particular phone number, the date range was May 2nd, 2014 through July 20th, 2014.
And according to the tool that was used by Sergeant Corbett, how many times did Charlie Adelson's device attempt to communicate with Donna Adelson's device?
So it's my understanding that this would contain both directions. Charlie calling Donna, Donna calling Charlie, and both connected and attempted, right? So if it's a voicemail or if it actually, like, there was an elapsed time of, let's just say a minute, right? So this would theoretically contain all of that activity. So based on this chart, it appears that this tool said that there were 417 unique communication events.
Did you take any steps to verify the accuracy of this number?
Yes. So because this slide particularly was focused or created using Charlie's phone records, I went through all of those files that we had described earlier and tried to see if I could find any one particular file for Charlie's phone records that contained this entire time span, May 2014 through, or May 2nd, 2014 through July 2014. Again, going back, there were a lot of different records for this case. I couldn't find one specific file that encompassed this entire time frame. I did find 3 different files for his cell phone number. So essentially, I had to take 3 different files to try to recreate this. And when I was doing that, I noticed that at least between 2 of the files, there were a few dates that overlapped, right? So when law enforcement gets a call detail record return, they'll ask for specific dates. So for example, you might ask for May 1 through June 20, and that would be one return. And then on another date, you do another warrant or a subpoena, and you ask for June 18th through July 18th, right? A month's worth of data. So when I found these 3 files, I noticed that there were at least 2 files that had some dates overlapping.
Did you remove the overlap when you conducted this manual examination?
I did. And the other thing I noticed was that out of the 3 files, 2 of them were in local time, so Eastern time, and then one of them is in UTC. So again, I had to, try to see if I could make this a continuous May 2nd through July 20th, taking out any overlapping dates and making sure, again, that the dates were all correct by seeing everything in Eastern time.
What did you do did you try to recreate this chart that Sergeant Corbett prepared?
I did try to recreate it by how I just explained.
And were you able to?
I wasn't able to come up with 417.
Can you explain to the jury what you did beyond what you've already described and what number you got to?
So I did 2 different steps. I did the one that I just explained where I converted everything to Eastern time, ensured that there were no dates overlapping, and so that it was essentially just showing me, May 1 through July 20. And I think when I did that and I took out these extra overlapping dates, and then I filtered to just only look at the incoming and outgoing calls. I did not deduplicate at all. That what I just explained, right, where I say that three for potentially one event, did not deduplicate. I just put a filter for Charlie and Donna's cell phone numbers. And at that point for these dates, I think I got maybe 383 unique call events. And that was, again, taking out the overlapping dates. The second step I did was I thought, well, maybe the tool didn't do that, and it just took everything and it didn't deduplicate the dates. So I tried it again, and I got 393 when I did not take out any extra dates. So, and these were just calls. I was only looking at calls.
And these were, did you do anything to determine whether or not these events went to voicemail?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take this a step further to determine whether or not there were actual communications versus actual or attempted?
Sorry, could you?
Sorry, it was a poorly worded question. So the 393 that you identified is both connected and attempted.
Correct.
Is there a way to determine whether or not something is attempted versus connected, aside from the voicemail flags that we talked about a few moments ago?
So the voicemail flags are going to be the best indicator of if somebody didn't connect, because AT&T is telling you that the phone call went to voicemail. So as an analyst, that's, to me, the best indicator. Another indicator that you can use, I think different people have different thoughts on this, but if it's a very short duration, like let's say under 10 seconds, could the phones have connected and there's just actually no communication, or it may be, you answer, but you don't hear anything, so you hang up. So different analysts will use different amount of elapsed time to determine, I think some people will say, I think everything over 30 seconds indicates there was, actual communication. So people have different thoughts on it. But I like to see, if it's 2 seconds to 0 seconds, there probably wasn't any actual communication.
Now, when reviewing specific to this, to Charlie's records, did you then go back and dedupe everything to determine the actual and attempted calls?
I did not for Charlie's records.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Donna's phone records. If we could advance to that, please.
So this is slide 28.
Okay, and according to this, what was the time period of this chart?
So this chart is focused on, would have been created using Donna's call detail records, and the contact at the top that's highlighted is Charlie's cell phone number, and the date range that was used to generate these records was June 23rd, 2014 through July 22nd, 2014. Again, I did the same process like I did with Charlie's. I went to go look through all the data to see if I could find a file that would cover this date range and only this date range. And I was able to find a file that covered this date range.
And when you went through the process that you've already explained, manually going through the records, were you able to determine how many unique call events took place during this time between Donna and Charlie?
Unique. So for this one, I took the original file that I mentioned and I just looked at the filters between Charlie and Donna's phone number, and I was able to recreate the 80 when I just look at the totality of the data. Taking a step back, all the way back to that slide 1, I mentioned that record for Donna contains data from 2014 through 2017. So that particular document covered both of the time frames. It covered this one, which is June 23 through July 22, 2014, and it covered what was in Charlie's records, which was May 2nd through July 20th. So I used that document that I showed you guys at the very beginning to dedupe. So I went through that document. I put the filters for Charlie and Donna's phone numbers, and then I went through each line during those time frames to determine, is this a voicemail activity? Is this just AT&T duplication? Is this an actual unique call event? So that was the document that I used, focusing on these two parties' phone numbers. And I went through each line by line, and removed manually any rows that I believed to be referencing the same call event. So when I did that, I got, for this time frame, deduplicated, and this would be attempted and connected, right? So it's including the voicemail. It's just noting that there's only one line for that voicemail, not potentially 3. I got 69 unique call events that would be connected and attempted.
So the failure to manually go through these records resulted in an overinflated report in these frequency reports.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to this data, and I don't think we have any more slides.
No, we do not.
Okay, so hit the lights, please.
Would you like me to unplug it?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to this part of the data, did you also review cell site location information for Donna Adelson's phone, specifically on July 18th of 2014?
I did.
Okay. And did you identify the cell phone towers that likely provided coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014? The towers that he could have been connected to from his residence.
So I was not provided with like an AT&T master cell site list, but I mapped the records for July 18th that are available in the AT&T document.
Who has access to the master records?
Law enforcement.
So presumably law enforcement would have gotten those records and taken a look at what cell site, what towers and sectors would correspond to Charlie Adelson's residence.
Correct.
Okay. And in your review of the records, the call detail records that were provided to you, obtained by law enforcement, did Donna Adelson's handset ever connect to a tower that could provide coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014?
No.
With those same records, was there any instance on July 18th of 2014 where Charlie Adelson's handset and Donna Adelson's handset were connecting to the same tower?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Well, last part was the important part.
Do you disagree with any of the mapping of the cell site locations from Sergeant Corbett's presentation?
No.
No. We saw on the section of his report where it shows a travel analysis of Donna Adelson the night of Dan Markel's murder. Do you remember that?
The ones where there's like projected travel paths.
Correct.
I do remember that.
Okay. And you don't disagree with the fact that her phone was communicating with the cell site in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and you don't disagree with that site or sector that he mapped there, right?
Correct.
And you don't disagree with on the following slide that the next time she has location in her cell records is at 10:57, and you don't disagree with that cell site or sector that he mapped, right?
So I think the 1053
I'm sorry, 1053, thank you.
was actually Harvey's cell phone.
Okay.
But if they're presumably in the same vehicle, the tower and sector is correct.
Okay, so for the location south of Charlie's residence and the location north of Charlie's residence that we have location for, you do not disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And the iMessage where she says outside your house, would you expect to have location for iMessages?
If it's from an iCloud return, no, I would not expect there to be location information from iCloud.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. It's not that we do have location for outside your house and it's not consistent with Charlie's house. It's just that we don't have location at all for outside your house.
Correct. There is no location.
But Donna Adelson says her location in that message, right?
There's the text message from the iCloud, correct?
Where she says outside your house.
Correct. That's the contents.
Okay. When you looked at Donna Adelson's records, was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham on the evening or night of July 18th, 2014?
I'm not familiar with that name.
You're not familiar with the name Annie Cunningham?
No.
Okay. What if I gave you her number? Would you be able to look and see?
I don't have the call details memorized. So
Do you have them with you?
the original documents, I do.
Laptop, okay.
Yeah.
Would you be able to look and see?
I'm going to check this on the scope of direct.
Please approach.
That's why they got that phone number from Annie Cunningham. They knew they were going to do this. So while they're doing this, Tim, can you take a question? Tim? If you're talking to us, you're muted. I guess he's doing something else. I was going to Wendy H, was it H? Wendy C, I was going to have Tim answer your question, but he seems to be otherwise. He's not on the phone, so I don't know why he doesn't hear me, but okay. There was a question about whether Corbett would be called on rebuttal. It depends a little on how well Sarah thinks she's able to rebut this witness's testimony by cross. And she's already gotten the witness to agree that the tower information at the start with the time and the tower information after passing Charlie's house with the time is correct. She's got the witness to agree that although the iMessage doesn't give a location, Donna gives the location by saying outside your house. So Sarah may decide that that's enough and that Georgia will be able to focus on that in closing and that it is not necessary to call Corbett back to confirm this. I don't know what their calculation will be. She spent a lot of time on information about how she did it. It didn't move to anything.
Ms. Guay, if you need the question repeated for you, Ms. Dugan will do so.
I'm pulling up your call detail records for Donna Adelson.
Of course.
So now she's going to check. And this is Cunningham. You recall on the cross on Cunningham, she was asked for her cell phone number and she gave the last 4 digits because she said she talked to Donna that night. And now clearly the state believes there is no record of that call ever being made because otherwise they wouldn't be asking this witness to confirm it.
Let me know when you're ready and I'll give you the number.
It's a fairly large file, so it'll take a second to load.
If it needs time to load, I can ask some other questions and come back to this if you'd.
Your Honor, I would just ask that if we're going to provide the phone number that we not do it so that it can be published in the media.
That's fine. Ms. Dugan, please handle your questioning on this matter discreetly so her phone number is published to anyone watching.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just going to filter to that date.
You're going to approach the witness to show her anything that she may need to read concerning this matter.
Yes, sir.
And the state could simply say there's nothing in the record by use of one of witnesses on rebuttal, but it's
Am I
much more
showing you the
effective.
contact with Annie Cunningham?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't need to say the number out loud, but is there a number next to it that begins with 845?
Correct.
Okay, 845 being the area code?
Yes.
Okay, that's the number we're looking for.
Okay.
And my question was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham the evening PM on the 18th of July, evening or night?
Let me try again. I don't want to interrupt. Much more effective if the defense has to.
And to reiterate, it started with 845, correct?
Sure.
I thought you said 835.
Okay, yeah. I see the number and I looked at the records for the evening of the 18th and I do not see a call to that number.
So that impeaches
That would
Annie
be like
Cunningham.
in the afternoon, evening, or night that night of July 18th of 2014.
So starting from noon to noon on the 18th through midnight on the 18th, I don't see a call to that phone number.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we saw your presentation where one slide was kind of showing us what the raw records looked like, right?
Correct.
And the next slide was showing us an example of how a duplicate event looks. It can look like 3 entries, but it's actually one event, right?
Correct.
And then we saw the Sergeant Corbett's frequency reports for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of a frequency report?
There's a lot of different purposes. So when I worked in law enforcement, I would do them for lots of different things. One of the things that you can do is just see who's the number one caller for a particular person. Sometimes that's a significant other or family member. So that's one reason you can do a frequency analysis. Another is just to do more of a pattern of life and look at activity over matter of days, months, years.
Is another reason like to show a relationship between 2 parties, whether there is one at all, and if there is one, how often they talk?
Yeah, that's definitely a reason.
In comparison to the other people they talk to?
Correct.
Do the frequency reports in Sergeant Corbett's presentation that we saw in your presentation, do those accurately reflect the call detail records?
They represent the raw data accurately, correct?
Right. They represent the raw data of the records accurately.
Correct.
And do they accurately reflect that Charlie Adelson is Donna Adelson's most frequent contact?
For that particular time span of June 23 through July, I think it's 22?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. It's just that in Corbett's frequency reports, those are the raw records without duplicates taken out, right?
Correct.
When you reviewed his, and well, let me show you this. I'm going to show you from 73A, slide 20. Are you familiar with this slide of the presentation?
I might have seen it at some point.
Okay. Would this be a representation in Sergeant Corbett's presentation of 3 entries that are actually one event, like a duplicate event?
Potentially. I mean, I would like to see the feature flags or the call flags, but yes, based on the timestamps, the minutes, there's no seconds in this, but it does appear that this looks like a phone number is calling a phone number. It's being routed to what I know to be like an AT&T voicemail routing number. And then I see the first 2 numbers replicated. Again, I don't see the call type or the feature flags, but it does appear to be a 3-in-1 incident.
Okay. And when you reviewed Sergeant Corbett's testimony from this trial, did you review a portion where he explained that call we just saw, what a duplicate is, and that his frequency reports did contain duplicates?
Yes, there was some testimony that I reviewed that he did say that there was like voicemail routing events that could show us more than one line.
Okay. When we see throughout that presentation, when we see the call detail records for a particular day, let's just say the day of the murder, in this case, July 18th, 2014, those summaries, the duplicates have been taken out, right?
Are you talking about like the slides that have just like the different rows?
Yes, for significant events in the
Correct.
case. Okay.
Yes.
And if you were to go through that frequency report and you only took out the duplicates for Donna's records for Charlie and Donna communicating, right?
Correct.
If you were to go through that frequency report though and take out all the duplicates across the board, it would reduce the total amount of communications for each contact, right?
Correct.
Okay. But it wouldn't change the frequency ranking of each contact.
I I'm not entirely sure about that because, as I mentioned, the first one, when I was trying to recreate Charlie's, there were 3 different documents, and at least 2 of the documents had like dates that overlap. So I'm not sure if you would, because you would have to also take out like the extra for those dates. So that might change the numbers slightly.
If it did, it would be slight though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
And your testimony was that for Donna Adelson's frequency analysis, just with Charlie Adelson, instead of 80 events, she actually had 69 when you take out the duplicates.
Connected and attempted.
Connected and attempted. Okay. What do you think that shows that's helpful to the defense in this case?
Great
I
question.
think it just goes to, when I look at records, I like to be precise with my numbers.
Okay. And when Sergeant Corbett testified, he did let the jury know that this contains duplicates though, right? For the frequency report?
I think he said that it does include voicemail forwarding events.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is he didn't say anything that was unreliable or inaccurate with that.
I think that being able to see exactly how many can be important.
Because it's 69 and not 80 when duplicates are taken out, does that mean that Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson don't have a relationship?
No,
And you still agreed that Charlie Adelson is still Donna Adelson's most frequent contact, right?
for that time period.
When we looked at Donna Adelson's frequency report in your presentation and in Corbett's presentation, this one, right? Number 2 on that list is not an actual person, right?
I'd have to pull it up I don't have it memorized.
Okay. You want to pull yours up?
Sure.
Okay.
This is a great cross. I love the question. So you have all these details. What does it have to do what does it do to
Second
help?
ranking on that list, her voicemail, AT&T voicemail routing number.
Correct.
Okay. So, and then 3rd place on that list of most frequent contacts is Harvey Adelson, her husband, with the 9032 number.
Correct.
Okay. So Charlie Adelson would still be first, followed by the number of calls routed to voicemail.
Correct.
Where did you fly her from?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay. And how long did that take?
6-ish hours.
And was that paid for by you or paid for by the defense?
Paid for by the defense.
And how much are you charging for your work in this case?
The roll-off charge is $300 an hour.
And does that include the work that you did that we saw here in court prior to coming to court today?
Correct.
Okay. And does that include your travel?
Correct.
As far as $300 an hour during the time that you're spent traveling?
Correct. It's the company's policy.
Okay. And waiting to testify and testifying, is it that same amount?
Correct.
Do you know the total amount the defense has paid for your testimony here today?
I don't. The company does, but
Do you know about the amount of hours that you spent on this case, including travel?
the amount of hours on the total case, no. On travel, they just do a flat rate of 10 hours if I work over 10 hours. So for yesterday, so the trip for the trial would have been about 30 hours, so about $10,000.
Okay. Thank you.
It's funny, they never will tell you how many hours they spent. They probably spend $100,000.
Yeah. Tim, you missed a great cross.
I can hear
Did
part of it,
you
but I got an
prepare a
emergency.
written report that you provided to my office concerning the manual review of Charlie Adelson's phones? Or phone with the frequency analysis for his contact with Donna Adelson?
Using Donna's records?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And using those records, you indicated that it reflected about 393. Would it be helpful to see your report for what your numbers were for unique call events from May 2nd to July 20th?
For the for using Donna's records to deduplicate
Yes.
between that time period. I think it was 211 deduplicated.
So 211 rather than 417?
From the May 2nd through July 20th.
Now, you indicated on cross that you did not locate a call between Annie Cunningham and Donna Adelson on July 18th of 2014, correct?
I did not see one.
Okay. Now, the records that are collected by call detail records, those are for communication events that are through the carrier.
Correct.
And so any communication event that took place through a third-party app would not be collected there.
Correct.
So, for example, are you familiar with the apps WhatsApp and Viper?
Yes.
Okay. How do those show up on call detail records?
So any applications, anything third party, really even FaceTime audio or FaceTime video is technically not, through the AT&T network. All of that activity would be a data transaction. So when you look at AT&T records for a data transaction, it's not going to show you individual items, for example, that you got an email and that was so many bytes sent on the network. It's just going to show you a time that the data session was open and how many bytes were received and how many bytes were sent from the handset to and from the network. So AT&T does show data transactions, but it's not going to show like a FaceTime audio or, an email.
So in other words, when you are using FaceTime audio or FaceTime or one of these apps, it's not going to, the number that you dial is not going to show up on the call detail records.
Correct.
It's going to show up on the data session that AT&T records report.
It would be lumped into the data session. You aren't going to see like what was being used for the data session.
And these data sessions, do they typically have like a certain time period that they last?
There, a lot of times on an AT&T record, you'll see a data session that can run up to about 60 minutes. You can have ones that run less than that, but AT&T data is kind of all over the board.
Now, with these data sessions, the way that our phones work, if you have your phone constantly having alerts pushed or emails pushed to your phone, those are going to show up how?
Again, if it's like, let's say you have your email and you have it set to like, give me a notification every time I get an email, that means that your phone has to be communicating with Google servers, Gmail servers, right? So that it knows when you get an email. So that's going to be lumped into these data sessions.
In the call detail records that you reviewed for Donna Adelson, specific as to July 18th of 2014, did those records reflect that Mrs. Adelson's phone was engaged in data sessions?
On the 18th, it was.
Was it consistent throughout the evening and night of July 18th, 2014, that Mrs. Adelson's device was engaged in data sessions?
There were data sessions throughout the day, including the evening.
So the entire time that she was driving with her husband on July 18th of 2014, her phone was connected to some tower engaged in a data session.
So the records don't give you like minute by minute, second by second. So when I look at data transmissions, data records, I look at the time when that data transmission was initiated, because in order for a data transmission to be initiated, the phone would have to be on and connected to the network, right? Your phone, if it's, in airplane mode or, off, it's not going to be able to reach the network. So the time when that data begins, the phone would have had to be on. When I see these things like 60 minutes, do I know with 100% certainty based on these records that the phone was on for the entire 60 minutes? I can't say that, but I do know at least at the beginning that phone was on and connected to the network. And I did see data transmissions throughout the day and the evening where the connected time was, kind of throughout the day.
And so those data sessions, would those be consistent with Donna Adelson having a phone call with Annie Cunningham on either WhatsApp or Viper the night of July 18th of 2014?
It could be. I can't say if it was or wasn't.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
You know, why would they want to say on July 18th, Donna's on WhatsApp? That's more damaging than being on her regular cell phone.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy. Now they're
Further proof why?
You may step down.
Well, they're trying to show that
What's
Annie
that?
Cunningham didn't lie when she talked to Donna that night
Witnesses
when there's
only
nothing in
here
the
for
cell
today
phone
and the
records.
defense, you know.
Yes, Your Honor. She flies out this evening.
they just
But we cross.
don't get this defense. And trying to fix Annie ruins their case by saying, oh, so the day of the murder, Donna has to talk on WhatsApp because it's not being recorded. Don't they get that's more damaging than if Annie was just lying to help her friend?
They're back on sidebar too.
I missed some and I apologize. I had to take a call.
Yeah, we know you're working, so I just am sorry for you because it was a great cross. I'm sorry
I
you
heard
missed
part of it, and I liked her one question. So, is there anything here?
Yes.
And she said, no. I just want to be precise.
You
Really?
did all this data. You made the jury listen to all this stuff. Does anything help the defense?
No.
And she said, well, I think it's good to be more precise. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was great. And she bolstered Corbett. You know, she made it clear that nothing he said was unreliable and he wasn't doing anything to hide anything.
Right.
She made it clear that all that this witness did was to check the duplicates on the numerator, but not the denominator. And if you looked at both, the proportionate relationship would be the same. And she agreed that with minor.
This is limited availability. I will permit the recross on the one question. Ms. Dugan, you may ask.
Defense asked, well, could there be a call to Annie Cunningham on WhatsApp or some app that you're not able to show? Was Donna Adelson the afternoon, evening, night of July 18th, 2014, was she using her phone to make voice calls and answer voice calls to and from people that night? Like, and when I say voice call, I mean, like if I picked up my phone and called your phone, an ordinary voice call, was she using her phone in that manner with other people that night?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
There you go, Tim.
To
He just
reread
emphasized it.
on that one.
Right. So why would she only do WhatsApp with Annie?
Yeah, she just emphasized it for you. Yeah.
That's why
And then she got her to admit that
the phone records for Miss Adelson on the night of July 18th of 2014.
Give me a second.
No, that was preparatory.
All right.
Do you see, can you tell us how many calls from 8:30 p.m. until 1 a.m. you see in Mrs. Adelson's records?
3.
Nothing further.
not bad.
Why you may step down.
Thank you.
She got her to admit
Witness the
to
defense can call before the lunch break.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I want to see if Miss Cunningham is back.
When you got to rehabilitate your own character, witness.
I know.
Without being able to predict how long the state's cross is going to be of our next two witnesses, I can't say with any degree of certainty how long it will take.
We'll take our lunch break then at this point. Is Ms. Cunningham available?
She's supposed to be returning from the airport, Judge.
Okay. Members of the jury, at this time, we will take our lunch break for today. Please do not discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any additional information about this matter that has not been discussed in court as well. We will resume with our case at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break.
Tim, the other thing she did was she got Sarah
Please report
got
at 12:45.
the witness to admit that the cell information, the cell site information that Corbett gave for the beginning of the trip was accurate, and it
Right.
was accurate for the point after Charlie's house,
Right.
and that Donna said at the house at a time in between.
Everyone can be seated. Please report back by 12:40. We will await the jurors, and we will resume with the testimony and the defense's case in chief.
Thank you.
So it was really great.
Yeah, they got another expert witness in and made the defense pay for it.
Two on the same issue, or do you think an expert on something else?
I think there's another expert coming in.
For this issue?
I don't know if it's for this
Oh,
issue.
for heaven's sakes. So there was a question, Tim, that I held off for you.
Okay.
It was a good question from Wendy H. She wanted to know, why can an expert listen to testimony of another expert when other witnesses cannot?
That's an exception, so because they're giving their opinion. So their opinion, they can give an opinion based on another expert, what information they use so they can testify. Experts are the only ones who are allowed in the courtroom because they have to render an opinion.
Right. And then we had some comment that there was a long time in there when that witness was testifying that neither you nor I said anything. And I would simply like to say to everybody that we try very hard not to interrupt anything that's going on in the courtroom. And there wasn't a moment in which we could have interrupted to say anything.
Yeah, that's true. We've been told not to interrupt. So we both consciously, I know I do, try not to talk. If there's a break or a sidebar, then we usually get in.
Right, right. So, okay, the Joel's lunch talk, what do they call it? Lunch? I don't remember what exactly it's called, but anyway, he's going to be doing it any time now. So we're going to close off unless, Tim, you have something you want to say.
Not really. Not really. I think that witness, while she has some experience, I don't think she moved the ball. If anything, she only corroborated Corbett and showed the defense spent money not very wisely.
Yeah. Would you call Corbett on rebuttal? I mean,
I don't know if you really need, but you know what? They might, because you know what? Who's the best witness they have is Corbett. And if you could put him on the stand every time, why wouldn't you?
Right.
And end with them, I would.
That's what I thought. The cross ticked every point they needed to, but to bring them back at the end to just emphasize it, I just think would be a great way to do it. Yeah. All right. So everybody, I think as before, the link will be showing. Oh, and there it is, Lunch Live. The link is up here, and then you can also find it on the STS channel. And Tim, I'm going to cut off now until we come back after lunch.
Okay.
So,
I'll see you.
bye, everybody.
All right. Bye.
Hi, everyone. I'm back. Some of you are back. I forgot to say earlier, I hope everyone had a lovely Labor Day and didn't have to work on Labor Day. And got to do maybe something with family or friends or just to relax and get ready for another day of trial. So if there are any questions that you had, I meant to say, once in a while, I see something in the chat that says, Tim or I must not have liked the question because we didn't respond to it. At least I'm sure this is true of Tim, certainly true of me. If I don't get to a question, it's not because I didn't like it. It's because the chat scroll moves quickly enough. And if I'm also looking at the screen and listening to what's going on the screen, I just miss a lot of them. And even scrolling back, I don't always catch them when we don't always have time. So it has nothing to do with the question whatsoever. It has to do with my limitation and being able to see them and get to them and note them while I'm also watching what's going on at the trial. So if it's a question you really want answered, just do it again and do it again. And just don't ever think, even if it's 3 times and I don't get to it, it's because I didn't like the question. It's simply because, unfortunately, where your question comes into the chat, I'm just missing it. Okay, here's one from Michelle Griner. How can they recall Annie when she listened to subsequent testimony? Well, that's the way it is. Had they known she was going to be recalled, they wouldn't have let her. But at the time, Georgia said she wasn't going to need her again, and you just have to live with the circumstances. We don't live in a perfect world, and these things happen, and you can't unring the bell. So they'll have to go with, we'll have to go with, the fact that she heard some of the testimony, and is now going to get on the stand to say, well, it might have been a WhatsApp or it was a WhatsApp call. We're pretty sure we know what she's going to say.
Joe, how common is it for a witness to leave and then have to come back?
It's uncommon, but if you recall, in Charlie's trial, Wendy had to be called back. What the lawyers do with their witnesses and make a judgment call about whether they're going to need them again on rebuttal. And sometimes something happens with regard to other testimony that was unanticipated, and then they discover, indeed they're going to need that witness. Generally speaking, they could say all the witnesses have to stay on the off chance one of them might be needed again, but that's pretty inconvenient for the witnesses. You want to get back to your life. You want to get on a plane and go home, and on the off chance you might be needed. So generally speaking, the lawyers do it the other way. They make a judgment call. 99 out of 100 times the judgment call is right, but once in a while it's not. Why is Annie being recalled? She's being recalled because on cross-examination of the expert, Sarah asked the expert, was there a call made from Donna's phone to this number? And the number was Annie Cunningham's number. And the expert ultimately said no. Well, WhatsApp calls are not traceable on the cell data. So since Annie said she talked to Donna that night, and now her testimony has been completely undermined by the fact that there was no phone call, she'll come back now and I assume is going to say, well, we talked on WhatsApp. So that's why she's being called back by the defense. Question, how bad does this look that they had to call back a witness that was already heading to the airport? As I said, it's not necessarily bad. It's just sometimes something comes up that you didn't anticipate. That said, however, that you're calling back a character, essentially a character witness, does look a little bad because you're not calling back a witness who has really essential testimony in the case. Tara Wells, does Annie's testimony really matter that much? She seemed relatively unimportant in her testimony. Her story that she talked to Donna was called into great question. The defense doesn't have a lot going for it. If it was a case where the defense had a lot of evidence, they might not call her back. But in this case where they need every bit of evidence they can get that helps Donna, it has more significance. So Tara Wells, you're right. In the big scheme of things, it's not a lot, but in the defense view of what they have, it probably is important. Although you heard Tim say he can't understand why they would do it, because the next question is, if you're talking on the phone, why for this conversation are you on WhatsApp where it cannot be traced? If jurors drove by Prescott on or off, would that be legal? Well, they're not supposed to develop independent information about the case. They're supposed to rely on only that which is presented during the trial. So they shouldn't be going to Prescott. And, the judge, I think in what the judge tells them, says something about it. For those of you who may have seen the movie 12 Angry Men or saw the stage play, one of the jurors in that case, on one of the breaks, I think it was a pen or a wallet. It was something that the prosecutor was saying was unique and you couldn't, and so it pointed to the defendant's guilt. And this juror went out and bought one. And he came back and reported that it was very easy to buy it. That's the kind of thing jurors are not supposed to do. In part because with that sort of information, there's no way for the other side to rebut it, because they don't know that the jurors now have this information. I mean, if it happens in trial, the other side might be able to do something about it. But when a juror does it on his or her own, there's nothing that the other side can do, because they don't even know what happened. Oh, somebody said her son, Missy Cohen, read 12 Angry Men in his English class last year. Well, that's nice. It's an interesting play. I really like plays, and I think probably school English class should do more with them, because they're faster reads. And I think with the attention spans of some kids today, it's an easy way to introduce sometimes pretty significant subjects, but it's a faster way, probably more engaging because it's a lot of dialogue. So, although I will say plays are meant to be performed, not read, and they lose something when you only read them. But it's not a bad way to do it. I'm glad Missy Cohen, your son, got to read the play. Sassy Molassy, are they prepping Anna ahead of time? They could be. But, Sarah can say, and did you talk to the defense counsel about this before you got on the stand? Honey's maid. Will someone please tell Georgia that I can't do it. Will someone please tell Georgia that WhatsApp did not have phone calling into April 2015? First, we better be sure that's true, because you never want to ask something on cross unless you're sure. And two, Honey's maid, neither you nor I can do it. So it has to be somebody in the courtroom. And I don't know who's there who might go over to Georgia and say something. But again, unless she's sure that that's the case, she's unlikely, or Sarah, I think it would be Sarah maybe. I don't remember which lawyer did the cross of Annie Cunningham. Maybe it was Georgia. Unless she's sure, she's not going to risk it. Okay. Oh, isn't that nice? Thank you very much, Rosie. Okay. Any other questions here? Oh, I see questions. Okay. Rachel D. So you're allowed to sit in the audience after you testify. Generally speaking, you can. If both sides release you, then it's as though you weren't a witness in the first place. And if you're not a witness, you can sit in the courtroom. And so if you're not subject to being recalled, you can sit in the courtroom. A lot of witnesses, once they testify, want to get out. They don't want to stay any longer than they have to, but they can. And I think there was a scanning of the courtroom after Annie Cunningham testified, and she was sitting next to Charlie in the gallery when her life's partner testified. Okay. Lisa Mona, Tootsie. Do I think it would be a good idea at Wendy's trial to take the jury on a field trip down Prescott and some of the other routes? Actually, yes. But field trips are going, I think in the OJ trial, they went out to his house. They are done very infrequently. There are logistical issues with it. There are more logistical issues in terms of getting the jury there, getting it set up. There also can be issues with maybe someone saying something to a juror, the juror overhearing something when they're at the scene. So they're really frowned upon. But as I understand what it looked like on Trescott, and as the COE was talking about on the lunch break or the lunch live with Joel, it does seem to me that it would help jurors fix in their minds whether that made any sense that Wendy would be going that way to get to a liquor store when the restaurant she was going to was very close to her house and in the other direction. All right. What would Wendy's charges be if she's arrested? Well, for every other of the individuals who has been prosecuted, it's murder 1, conspiracy to commit murder 1, and solicitation. And I don't know of any reason why the state would charge anything other or less for Wendy. Okay, question, can Annie refuse to come back if released by defense and state? Well, the state will issue another subpoena. The judge can issue a subpoena on the spot, so she really doesn't have the opportunity to refuse. And in fact, if she's Donna's friend and it's Donna's lawyer who wants her to come back, you would expect that she would come back willingly. All right. What if she's already on a plane and was in flight 1 then? Well, they're not going to turn the plane around. When she's on the other end, it makes, again, she's their friend. You would think she would come back. But at that point, the logistics and the time delay might be enough that the defense forgoes the opportunity to have her come back. Cindy Laporte, can they tell when WhatsApp was downloaded to Donna's phone? I don't know the answer to that, so I can't answer that. I think the answer is no, but it's only a guess, and my guess is only as good as yours is, no better. We get a question from Paw Parade. WhatsApp didn't provide the opportunity to make calls back then. That's what people in the chat are saying. I have no independent information. Okay. Here's someone else saying you couldn't do it in 2015. We've got a lot of people who are fairly confident that they know when WhatsApp first started using phone calls or permitting or facilitating phone calls. A lot of people are hoping that someone will tell Georgia that WhatsApp didn't have phone calls in 2015. And I don't know, the other service they were talking about was Viper, and I don't know anything about Viper. Did we ever learn who the couple is seated next to Harvey? Unless it's Cunningham and her life's partner, I don't know who they would be. Question, do I think the defense seems sloppy? In fact, today I thought they were crisper, more on point, had a better sense of what they needed to do, and were more goal-oriented than in the past days. And I thought they scored a couple of points on their examination of their witnesses today. Anything else? Timothy Swire, do I think the defense might put the implicate Wendy deal back on the table for Donna? I'm not quite sure what that means, but if it means, is Donna's defense going to point as Wendy as the culpable party? I think they've been doing that all along. So I don't, I expect that they will continue to at least suggest it's not Donna, it has to be somebody. I mean, it seems to me inconceivable that they could or would have made the argument or suggested to the jury that the two hitmen from Miami and the intermediary were off on a frolic of detour on their own with no connection or go ahead or please do it from somebody in the Adelson family. I mean, that just seems to me to be a non-starter.
Joe, I'm just hopping on here. I just want to give a quick shout out to my mom's patient. This is very random, but it shows you how small of a world we live in. My mom just sent me a photo with her and a patient who is an STS member, and they're watching STS right now. So shout out to my mom's patient. I don't want to give out any private information, but just wanted to give her a shout out.
Oh, that's nice. That's California, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it's Los Angeles.
So what time is it? So, well, it's not that early there. Have they been watching all day? Were they up at, what time would it have been? 5:30?
I think so, yeah.
Wow. Okay, let us see. Aloha. So I guess this is from Hawaii. Do I think FBI or some investigators are having Wendy on surveillance and wiretapping? I don't think they're wiretapping. You need probable cause that you're going to discover that an incriminating conversation is being made over a phone call to get a wiretap, and I don't think the state has a hope of being able to show that, at least not on what I know. Whether they have her under surveillance, I'm not as sure. They might. They certainly might have her on whatever that I don't even know what it is, where they can check to see if someone is trying to fly internationally. But if she's still in Texas, or even if she's in Colorado, she doesn't have to fly somewhere else. She can drive to Mexico and then get a flight out from there somewhere. But I don't see her going, in part because the state will have to jump the immunity hurdle before they'll be able to try her, in part because the evidence against her is probably not as strong as Donna. Although I did make a list last night of the pieces of evidence that implicate Donna. And, there are a lot of inferences you can draw, and you can say, gee, she didn't look credible on the stand. But I was looking at the kind of the harder pieces of information that could be used. And I think, and there's certainly a growing list of them. But I don't think it's enough for her to decide, that she needs to run. Okay, question from Benjamin. If Wendy tried to leave the country today, would she be stopped? The state would have to decide that they're, just the way they did with Donna, that they've got a reasonable belief that they could convict Wendy beyond a reasonable doubt, and therefore would get an arrest warrant to stop her from leaving the United States. I think they could, with sincerity, say they've got a reasonable belief. And if they're worried that she will go somewhere and they'll never be able to prosecute, or will be very difficult, they might decide in the same way they did for Donna to issue the arrest warrant right when they see her leaving. Buonasera, Professor Joe from Italia. A2, anche A2. Although I probably got the preposition in the wrong place. Italian has more prepositions that do weird things than, I would say, any other language I know, but really Italian and French are the only languages I know anything about other than English. So I would be speaking from two examples to a global conclusion. Crescent Moonchild, another thought. How did Annie know when they would be testifying to actually book a flight? They were just going to go and sit. So much for support friends. I don't know. I mean, if they were on their way to the airport, I mean, they probably had a pretty good guess. And they could always change the flight, or maybe they do the same thing their friends do and only buy one-way tickets. Michelle Smith says, definitely 2015 for WhatsApp. Well, I certainly hope someone in the courtroom has whispered in George's ear then. Dr. J is saying the same thing. Okay. Peter 43 says they have been around since 2009. I guess that's WhatsApp. And they added VoIP. And what would that be? Voice Internet? I don't know what that acronym is, but they added it in 2015. Okay. Oh, my chat is jumping like crazy now. I said Viper and it's Viber. Ah, you see how much I know.
Able to obtain Miss Cunningham, or was she able to return?
She has returned.
Okay.
Once I get out of my little area of knowledge, I'm dangerous.
Judge, can we approach on scheduling matters?
Yes.
And I see someone saying I had said that prosecutors tend not to be as good at cross-examination. How do I think they're doing here? And I can't find who asked the question. It moved up on me, so I apologize. Oh, it's Bill Davis. Tim Jansen said the same thing. Prosecutors do direct, and often defenses don't put on a case, or they only put on one witness, so you don't get a lot of practice. But I thought Sarah Catherine Dugan's cross of the forensic expert was terrific. It was really very, very good. And I thought George's cross of Annie Cunningham was very good. Okay, Anya wants to know where I think this defense team is going. I've said before that I'm not sure what it is. I still think they're going more for a reasonable doubt. You know, it's somebody else and there's not enough evidence to convict Donna as anything else. I think they don't want to do the extortion theory as an explanation, but I can't say for sure. And Tim is here, so he can answer that probably with more authority and better judgment on it than I can.
What was the question?
Where do you think the defense is going?
I'm not sure they know where they're going. And I don't know if there's going to be some type of extortion thing, because they brought it out on cross, right?
Right.
Charlie was being extorted, not Donna.
Right.
And then Annie said, "Oh yeah, that's right."
Mm-hmm.
So he's throwing that out there, so it might be a prelude to what Donna's going to say.
Mm-hmm.
They're at sidebar already. They haven't even started.
Well, you know, I think they just like to stand over there. Maybe it's warmer there than the rest of the courtroom.
The defense is trying to convince the judge of something, which is not easy to do.
Well, they got him persuaded on letting Annie Cunningham, and I'm calling her Annie, not, I mean, now I'm going to sound like
Danny.
Yeah, that's right. But that's how she's listed on the witness list.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that's what she uses formally as well as with friends.
Is she coming back on the stand?
Well, I think so. And they got Everett to agree that she could testify to the extortion theory, right? I mean,
okay.
Or no, not what happened the day of the flight to Vietnam and what Donna had said to her, because that was the objection. And then the judge sustained, Everett after that long sidebar sustained it. So
Look at Sarah. Look at Sarah's face. She's leaning against the wall like this is ridiculous.
It's a lot of sidebars. You are right, Tim.
Judge Hankinson would never have allowed these.
Yeah, he was the first trial, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah, I remember him. He was the one who insisted they use last names. And so I remember Tara Kawas kept forgetting.
Yeah. I think he did the first two.
Did he?
And then I think Wheeler did the third one.
Yeah.
And I think Becker did the fourth one.
And now he's doing this one.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of people who I think must be in the courtroom said Cunningham has returned.
She's like Patton. She's returned.
Oh my.
She must feel really good about it.
Well, we got a question that said, is her testimony that important that they have to call her back?
No.
Yeah. My comment was, if you don't have much on the defense, then everything takes on more importance.
Yeah, that's right. If this was significant, it's not significant.
Right.
She's going to say one question, I use WhatsApp. That's what she's going to say?
Yeah. Well, and there are a lot of people in the chat who are speaking with authority that say WhatsApp didn't use phone calls until 2015. And there are a group of them who are saying it, that the VoIP wasn't added until 2015.
Could you imagine if she gets up there and says, I was doing WhatsApp, and then they call Corbett back and says WhatsApp wasn't available till after?
I know.
Not until later.
Tim, you have another question. What's Jack Campbell doing right now?
I really don't know what Jack Campbell's doing right now. He might be monitoring the trial. He might be watching it. Or he might be handling another issue in his office. Who knows?
Yeah.
But he's monitoring it.
Diane Matier says she thinks Josh said when they went sidebar that the issue related to scheduling.
Oh, maybe they're wondering if Donna's going to testify, when they think they're going to rest. Well, Judge, we might rest today.
For everyone observing in the gallery, please turn your phones off once again.
He doesn't look happy at all, does he?
He's not. He knows it's wasting the jury's time.
Somebody else asked Alexa who can.
Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful break period. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's case in chief. Defense, you may call your next witness.
It wasn't Amy, was it?
It didn't sound like Annie, no.
It sounded like Edie.
It did.
Oh, no, that's her. Here she comes.
Oh, so I guess it was Annie. Didn't
I
sound
recognize the shirt.
Oh, yeah, with a great collar.
You love that blouse.
I did love that collar. That's a
Cunningham,
really.
you remain under oath from
He's back.
being previously sworn. I'm just going to remind you, you are to tell the truth in this matter. You may be seated, and at this point, you'll be examined. You may examine when you're ready.
Before she took the
Pull that
fifth.
microphone down, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. I have a question about your use of cell phone service, and we touched briefly on things like WhatsApp, and what was the other one you said you use?
Viber.
Okay, Viber. When you communicated with Mrs. Adelson, did you routinely use one of those apps?
Quite often, yes.
Which app did you use mostly?
WhatsApp or Viber.
Okay, all right. And as opposed to picking up and using the cell phone service, you would use those instead?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
Oh, my God.
I wonder if they have phone records showing her phone number.
Had gone to the airport after your last testimony, right?
That is correct.
And returned to the courthouse?
Yes.
To tell us what, that you used Viber or WhatsApp to make
Yes.
that phone call?
Yes.
So it wasn't a regular phone call?
Correct.
Okay, so you misspoke earlier, or it just wasn't clear?
No, I said she called me.
Okay, and she called you and made a regular phone call on June 23rd, the month before the murder, right?
I don't recall if she made many phone calls.
And she called you on a regular line on July 20th,
There you
just
go.
2 days after the murder. Do you recall that?
If you say so.
Okay, and July 21st.
The objection?
Yeah, the witness is not being shown the evidence that she's being confronted with.
I believe she is not
Wasn't
asked,
asked to.
or she is not asked to recall, or let me clear this up. Ms. Cunningham, do you need to see the items that the state is referring to refresh your recollection?
Not really.
Do I?
Would
Yes,
you like
if
to
I
see
call,
them?
if I spoke with her, I spoke with her.
Okay, so you have no reason to contest that you spoke with her via regular phone call, June 23rd, July 20th, and July 21st.
If it's on the record, yes.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th.
Yes, they were in the car and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
They knew she was there.
Nothing further.
Redirect examination to the witness. You may step down, Ms. Cunningham. All right. We are certain she's good to leave at this point.
I think somebody may have seen this chat, and so she was ready to say it was Viber.
Yeah.
Please call your next witness.
Defense will call Richard Schagrin.
This is, she is basically proven to be ineffective.
I agree.
And if they mention her in closing, they really have no case.
You're going to need that to confirm that they have no case?
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I think she's been effectively neutralized. And someone on the chat said
He's spitting again. See, he's spitting.
Yeah, I'm not watching that, and I don't want
He
you.
didn't. Nothing came out. It went in.
No, I don't want to know. I don't like being licked by dogs, and I don't want to see someone spitting into a cup.
So I was there in court the other day, and he went to the side over there by the deputies and did a Red Bull. And the people said he does a Red Bull every day, like at 2 o'clock or 2:30.
Keep him awake?
Keep his energy up.
Someone in the chat earlier today said he or she thought Viber wasn't being used by 2015.
Well, I guarantee you the state attorney's investigating it right now. And Corbett will testify to it if that's true.
Exactly. Yes, I thought she came across as whatever I need to say to help Donna, I'm going to say.
Yeah, now we have another older gentleman.
That's quite a tie.
He did dress up. I'll give him that.
That's my step.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please
Thank you.
adjust the microphone as you need to.
Thank you.
It's funny. I know water bottle. Thank you, Bun.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Schagrin.
Mr. Schagrin, how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 38 years ago. They're best friends. The wife was the president and CEO of a nonprofit. I was chairman of the board.
And you grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club, and they were part of the gourmet club. And we met probably every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, we became friendlier and went on a number of vacations with them.
Can you say gourmet club? Is it?
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
Now, are you married, sir?
I am.
Okay. And what does your wife do for a living?
She's an attorney.
What kind of attorney?
Specialty is real estate, corporate, and bankruptcy.
Estate planning?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you speak with Donna or Harvey on the day that Charlie was convicted?
No.
How about the next day?
Yes.
Yeah, they were in the phone call.
Said
Yes.
you and your wife go to their residence in Miami.
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe Donna for us?
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harley was like in shock.
Now, prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us did 2 weeks in Israel.
Okay. Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
Okay. And were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa. And then when we were done applying for the visa, Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. And then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
Okay. When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way. And I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
Now, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about the visa. Were there options that were given when selecting which visa to apply for?
To my recollection, there was only two options, a 30-day or a 90-day.
Do you know why the 90-day was selected?
Well, I said they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
And do you remember if the visa that was applied for only allowed them to come into the country once, or did it allow them to come into the country multiple times?
I'm not aware.
Now, you indicated that they were coming back for their grandson's bar mitzvah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, when was that?
Why, if you know, why were they wanting to get out of town?
Well, unfortunately, they were barraged by the media. Unfortunately, live in a condo, so they didn't let them in. And they were afraid to leave the building.
To your knowledge, had the Adelsons been to Vietnam in the past?
Yes.
And they found it to be relaxing?
To my knowledge, I was there. I thought it was a great country, great people, great food.
Except in the 60s.
Now, although you are the one that suggested the one-way ticket, who booked the flight?
Harvey.
To your knowledge, were they free to travel?
They told us when we got there that their attorney said they had no restrictions in traveling.
Can you describe the type of mother and grandmother that you observed Donna to be?
Well, Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike my wife, that was very involved in their children and grandchildren's lives. I think Donna maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendy working, and also they live close by, Donna and Harvey in South Beach.
So, am I hearing it correctly? You would describe Donna as a typical Jewish grandmother?
More than typical.
And a typical Jewish mother?
Yes.
At the time that you were assisting them on November 7th of 2023 with the travel, had they decided when they were coming back from Vietnam?
They were undecided, other than the fact that they were going to, whether it was prior to the bar mitzvah or just before the bar mitzvah, they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
But they were coming back for the bar mitzvah.
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Except for that pesky warrant. And why would they be calling their lawyer asking if they can go if they didn't think they had any trouble?
Well, why would they be searching non-extradition countries if they were planning to come back?
Yeah. Or going to kill yourself.
The time that the travel was booked, the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, right?
It was in January.
Yep.
You recall giving a deposition. It was by Zoom, but I was present, August 29th, 2024.
Vaguely.
And in that deposition, weren't you asked, so did you make any of the decisions when to travel or how to travel, or were you just the conduit to the technology? And your answer was the conduit for the technology.
Yes.
But today you're saying you're the one that suggested that they fly one way.
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Isn't that right?
Well, to me, that's part of being the conduit, just suggesting.
You were there because you were more computer savvy than Harvey or Donna, right?
I was there that day.
Yes, sir. To help with the computer is what you said in the deposition.
Well, once we got there, I was there because my wife had done estate planning for them.
Okay, but what you did in reference to the travel planning was help with the computer
Yes,
because you were more computer savvy than these two.
correct.
Okay. But today you're saying you suggested the one-way flight, right?
I just offered my suggestion.
Okay. And you said that Donna Adelson is a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you say that you are more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I would say yes.
And when you were deposed on August 29th of 2024, did Ms. Kappelman ask you if you made any suggestions about a one-way ticket or a round-trip ticket?
I don't remember.
Would it be helpful if I showed you a copy of your deposition transcript?
Surely.
He's going to read the whole deposition to
Page
see.
11, lines 12 through 17.
That's only 5 lines. Georgia could have spent like 30 minutes impeaching him, but she.
If you could just read page 11, which is where you're on, lines 12 through 17.
12 question. Okay.
To yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask if you made any decisions?
No.
Well, she asked if you made decisions, but you did not make decisions, did you?
No.
You made suggestions.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be retained or is he released?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And now he's going to sit right next to Harvey.
Please call your next witness.
The defense would call Tehronna Kahn.
Did he say Kahn?
That's what he said. Tehronna, Tehronna, Kahn, Georgia address.
Oh, so it's not, it wasn't Katie's lawyer, he said.
No, that was Kawas.
Okay.
Maybe this is another
Friend?
some sort of expert, right?
He did. He sat right next to Harvey.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that's a good thing when you have a witness that you want to show is unbiased and he sits right next to the defendant's husband.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Tell him to go outside. Yeah.
Whether showing support is more important than showing objectivity.
I wonder if this is an
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tehronna Kahn. Last name is Khan.
And Ms. Kahn, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is that what are those job responsibilities entail?
What I do is I go down three different, the male side and the maternal and paternal side of the families, and I investigate all of the issues. I don't do fact investigation, and I also do the mental evaluations as far, not the evaluations, but I go back, doing all the records and get all the things together, present it to the courts so we can try to get a lesser sentence for our clients.
Okay. And that's with a habeas unit?
Not right now. I'm just with the Middle District of of Georgia. But I was doing that with the habeas here in Tallahassee.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current role in the Middle District of Georgia?
1 year in Georgia.
Okay. Prior to that, did you work for the Federal Defender's Office here in the Northern District of Florida?
I did, the Capital Habeas Unit.
And can you tell us what you did there, please?
Yes, I did investigation, went to talk to clients, all their families. It was more of a fact investigation at that point.
Okay. And so that entailed you going out at the direction of the attorneys that you worked with, interviewing individuals?
Correct.
Gathering records?
Yes.
And that included individuals that were in custody, correct?
Correct.
And preparing reports?
Correct.
And presenting that to whom?
The attorneys.
Okay. Did it also bring you to have occasion to testify in court ever?
No.
No. Now, how long were you employed with the Northern District of Florida Federal Defender's Office?
From 2016 until July 2022.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have an associate's in paralegal, a bachelor's in legal studies, and I've studied sociology, and I've earned a certificate in it.
Okay. And when did you complete your bachelor's?
In around 2014, maybe.
Okay. Now, in between working for the Federal Defender's Office in the Northern District of Florida and the Federal Defender's Office in the Middle District of Georgia, did you work as a licensed private investigator in Florida?
After I left the Federal Defender's Office in Tallahassee, yes.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Since 2022. And I never, stopped. I just took the job for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay. And as a licensed private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Byrd?
Yes.
And where was she located?
In the Leon County Jail.
Okay. How many times did you meet with Miss Byrd?
Once.
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
I want to say January. Can I look?
If it'll help refresh your memory,
Okay.
sure.
Oh. Miss Byrd was on January 24th.
2025?
Correct. Sorry.
And when you interviewed Miss Byrd, did you tell Miss Byrd that Mrs. Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No.
Specifically, did you tell Miss Byrd that Donna Adelson was going to buy her a piece of land?
No.
What about a trailer?
No.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No.
What about a small vehicle for her and her children?
No.
Okay. Did Miss Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson had offered those items to her?
No.
Did Miss Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to any portion of the crimes with which Mrs. Adelson is charged in this case?
Did she tell you that? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Did
for me?
Miss Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to her?
No.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
This should be an interesting cross. I've never heard of this woman.
Yep.
Ms. Kahn, prior to interviewing Ms. Byrd on January 24th, 2025, did you meet with or speak with Donna Adelson?
No.
Have you ever met with or spoken with Donna Adelson?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Why did you interview Miss Byrd?
I was given a list of names to interview.
By defense counsel?
Correct.
Okay. And she was not a state witness at that time, right?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Would it refresh your memory to see a copy of the state's amended discovery when we did list her as a witness?
I didn't see that. I would never seen that.
Okay, so that wouldn't help you to know when she was amended as a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have known.
Okay, so you were not asked to go there because she was a state's witness. I'll just put it
No,
that way.
no.
All right. And did you record your interview with Ms. Byrd?
No.
The SAO investigators were able to record their interview with her. Why didn't you when you interviewed her?
I wasn't asked to do that.
Asked by who?
The attorneys.
So they didn't ask you to do it?
They didn't ask me to record it, no.
Okay. Could you have taken a recorder and recorded it though?
Had I requested for the jail to permit me to take a recorder in there.
The jail does allow that.
I don't know. I didn't ask.
Okay. If you get permission in your experience, is it typical
Correct,
for
yes.
jails to allow you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second.
You know, she wasn't listed as a defense or a state witness. Why would they go interview her?
Oh, look, I've got the list. She's. No. She's not on the state list.
They must have actually thought she was going to be favorable. Because Donna probably told him she.
Since you didn't ask for permission to take a recording device into the jail when you met with Miss Byrd. How did you take accurate notes?
As I was speaking with them, I wrote everything down that they said, that they were saying to me.
Okay.
So I did pen to paper.
Pen to paper. And had the state requested those through the discovery process, you would have been able to produce those.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be recalled or retained for any reason?
We retain her, but she's free to go on about her business.
You may step down, Ms. Kahn. If you are recalled by the attorneys, they will let you know. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person. Please call your next witness.
I'd like to know who else is
Any
on
calls?
the list.
Pen to paper. She didn't even know the date she interviewed.
Mhm. But it would be interesting to see what list she was given in terms of.
That would be
people.
interesting.
I have to apologize. I couldn't figure out what she did for the federal defender's office.
I don't, mitigation, she says, but
Mitigation of what? The sentence?
yeah, they got people that do that, help set the pre-sentence report up, gather information to ask for a variance or a downward departure
I
based
see.
on, upbringing and
Yeah.
things like that.
Well, she certainly didn't explain it. I was listening carefully and
The defense did nothing to prop up her credibility.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
We'll do it. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Eddie Varnes. Excuse me, Eddie. Last name V as in Victor, Arnes.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
How long have you been a private investigator?
I've been a private investigator on my own for 10 years. Prior to that, total 27 years.
27 years as a private investigator?
Yes, 27 years as an investigator. Yes.
I've never heard of this guy. In Tallahassee?
wait a minute, I'll look. Crawfordville, Florida.
What type of casework do you handle?
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
I market. I have my own company. I try to market and get work, and that's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you retained as a private investigator by Mrs. Adelson's original attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
May of 2024.
Now, I want to specifically direct you to when you were asked to speak with an individual by the name of Patricia Byrd.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
That was August 30th, 2024.
And did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Yes, sir. I received a call from prior defense counsel saying there may be a person that has information on the case. He gave me the name. So at that point, I had traveled to Leon County Jail, got there about 11 o'clock, and then was able to meet with Miss Byrd.
Okay. Now, there are different kinds of visits that you can do at the jail. How did you meet with her?
I met with her in an attorney booth.
Okay, so you don't need to schedule an appointment for that?
No, sir.
Okay, just normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
And tell us, without telling us what was said, how did the conversation go?
Basically, met her and I introduced myself and explained to her who I was. And I said, you understand you might have some information on the case? And she said, yes.
And she might have some information on Donna Adelson's case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did she have information about?
She told me she had some information about what Katie McBanawa had stated to her back in 2021 when they were incarcerated together.
Now, did she tell you that Donna Adelson offered her any sort of compensation to testify in her case?
No, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did Miss Byrd tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Byrd tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a trailer for that piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Byrd tell you Miss Adelson offered to buy her a vehicle?
No, sir.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No, sir.
So she didn't tell you any of those things that Donna Adelson, that she is saying Donna Adelson offered?
Absolutely not.
Did she tell you that Donna Adelson confessed to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you record your interview with Miss Byrd?
I was instructed by prior defense counsel to not record the interview. That wasn't unusual because we spoke to I spoke to several prior inmates throughout those 2 or 3 months. So to answer your question, no, sir, I did not record the interview.
Now, did Miss Byrd talk extensively about Miss McBanawa?
Yes, she did.
Did she say that Donna Adelson told her to say those things?
No, absolutely not.
Did Miss Byrd know who Donna Adelson was prior to meeting Miss Adelson?
No, she did not.
Had she heard the name Donna Adelson?
No, she didn't. She actually told me when she met her.
When
in the jail, like she never heard of Donna's name. At that, she met her like maybe 4 weeks earlier inside the jail at that point in time.
Now, when Miss Byrd is telling you about Miss McBanawa, did you caution her in any way about her cooperating on Donna's behalf?
Yes, sir, I did. She told me what she told me, and then I said, Miss Byrd, the state's going to, if you're a potential witness in this case, you're going to be put on the stand. They're going to say you were given something to say this. Our client told you to say this. And she said, absolutely not. They can say that all they want. That's the truth.
Did Miss Byrd tell you that Donna told her to say anything other than what was true?
No.
Was it your understanding that she was waiting for a plea offer in her own case?
She made mention to me that I asked her about her charges. I wanted to get to know her a little bit. So she told me why she was in. And we discussed that a little bit. And then she said, I'm expecting an offer soon.
That was what she said, expecting an offer soon?
I'm expecting an offer from the state soon.
And that was just over a year ago?
Yes, sir. That was August 30th, 2024.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
They're spending a lot of time impeaching an inmate, Byrd, who wasn't the most credible.
Mm-hmm. And why would she expect an offer from the state and give evidence for the defense?
Nothing further at this time?
It wouldn't. It wouldn't. It makes no logical sense. I've been 30 years here, never used this guy, never heard of this guy, and I wouldn't use him.
So, Mr. Varnes, you said that you interviewed Miss Byrd because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Byrd as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. So in August of 24, the defense, for some reason, would have thought this person may have information and gone to you to interview them.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about this, but you said you did not record your interview with her?
No.
Okay. You could have taken a recorder, like a pocket recorder, into the jail and recorded it, right?
I could have, but I was instructed not to record the statement.
Yes, sir. Now, after hearing this statement about how Magbanwa basically lied on the Adelsons, killed Dan Markel just to extort them for their money, is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay, can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
Yeah, I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay. I spoke Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case, and then Byrd quoted the following that McBanno had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida. So at that time, Patricia and Katie, said, why not kill him, get the money ourselves? So then Byrd replied with, girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion. And Katie replied to her and said, my kids got to be raised and go to college as well.
So I have a question about that. So according to what you say Byrd told you,
yes,
Byrd used the word extortion. That's the word Patricia Byrd used.
Yes, ma'am.
That Magbanwa used.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you heard this story, that would be very helpful, right, to Donna Adelson's case. Did you call her prior defense counsel and say, listen to what this lady's telling me? Can I have permission to record this? Can I do a recorded interview with her? This is going to be very important. You didn't do that, did you?
I did call them immediately when I left the jail, and I sent them an email with my summary within an hour.
Okay. Did you ask to go then do a recorded interview with her so you would have evidence of that?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay. And did they ask you to?
They didn't ask me. No, I told them what they told me. And if they have any additional instructions for me, I'll gladly go do what they asked me to do.
All right. Now, if Miss Byrd, after all that, do you know why the defense never listed Patricia Byrd as a witness?
I don't know the specific reason. I'm not the attorneys on the case. That's their job.
Do you know why these attorneys never listed Patricia Byrd as a witness?
State allow the witness to answer the question before cutting off, please.
Dugan, please wait for him to finish the answer.
Just repeat, please.
Do you know why either defense counsel never listed Patricia Byrd as a witness?
I have no idea.
You were hired by prior defense counsel, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did charge for your services?
I did charge for my services, yes, ma'am.
That's all, thank you.
Redirect examination.
Just one more. Mr. Varnes.
Yes, sir.
The state just asked you, according to what you say Byrd said to you, isn't that, in fact, what Miss Byrd said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry for how many years?
No, object to improper bolstering, Judge.
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speed injections. We'll ask your next question.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied,
Overruled. Please let him finish his question first before you reject.
thank you, Your Honor, would it surprise you to learn that prior defense counsel in fact listed Patricia Byrd on the witness list that they submitted prior to this case being set for trial September of 2024?
Would that surprise me? No.
And so, contrary to what Ms. Dugan indicated on cross-examination, it was your understanding that Ms. Byrd was listed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Will this witness be recalled by either party?
He'll be retained, but he's free to go about his business.
Mr. Varnes, do not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may step down.
Sir, thank you.
Please call your next witness.
I didn't like his demeanor, but I thought he was credible. What did you think, Tim?
I thought the recross was better when he was a witness. But here's the story I'll tell so people know. My private investigator goes out and interviews people all the time. And I tell them, don't record it, because if they say something that's bad for you,
Right,
you have to turn that over to the prosecution. If it's bad, say you later, goodbye. But if you have a recording, you have to turn it over. If it's not, then you don't have to.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
You may take your seat. The attorneys can approach briefly for one moment.
Now what? This time it's the judge who wants them.
Yeah. I think he's not happy with Josh, that demeanor he did in front of the jury.
Mm-hmm. Did you think the investigator was credible? I did.
I think he was much more credible than the last one.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Byrd is maybe someone that is a wild card in this case, right?
Uh-huh.
She's trying to either get money or get her sentence reduced and
Right.
playing both sides of the fence.
Right.
And the reason why they didn't use Monica, because Luis Rivera had already hired Monica.
Right.
So that's why he got these investigators that not top of the game, not heard of.
For those of you in the chat, Tim is referring to Monica Jordan, a very prominent investigator who lives in Tallahassee but does cases nationally.
Everyone can be seated. Sir, I'm going to just step down from the witness stand and step outside the courtroom doors.
Uh-oh, we got a problem.
He's mad again.
He is mad.
He should have Pepto-Bismol up there with him.
I wonder if they were wrong about the defense listing her as a witness.
It sounds like it, doesn't it?
And said that in front of the jury.
Incarceration isn't a vote. It applies equally to both parties. How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching the defense case?
Oh.
I was not aware he was here, Your Honor. Our assistant was trying to find him. I went in the hallway looking for him. I didn't see him before we called the witness that he sat in here for. She sent him a text message asking him where he was because we were concerned he was not here, and that was about 1:30. I believe, based on speaking to my assistant, that he was present during all or part of Ms. Kahn's testimony, which is completely unrelated to his very limited scope in this case.
Do you wish to be heard?
They could preclude all of his testimony.
He was there for Kahn and not for Byrd?
Yeah. I mean, he violated the rule of sequestration. He's not supposed to be there.
you have any answer.
The bailiffs know. They'll tell you how long you were there.
What is the substance of the testimony to be offered?
The substance of the testimony is a home search with Mr. and Mrs. Adelson and Dan Markel.
He's a realtor, Your Honor.
The bailiff has informed me that he was present for 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not entirely sure how this testimony would relate to other matters that we've gone over. We need a moment to determine if the witness should be permitted to testify. We'll take a brief break. 10 minutes.
So this going not to the last witness, going to the next
new one. Yeah.
Yeah. So it goes to the new witness.
Yeah.
And it's clearly a violation. You're not allowed to have your witnesses in the courtroom except for the experts. And he's making a determination whether or not he has violated it and if his testimony can be shaded because of what he heard.
Right.
And Tim, whose responsibility is it to make sure that the witnesses aren't sitting in?
That is defense lawyer and their team.
For
The
the
paralegal that's hugging Donna all day should be the one that's monitoring the witnesses and making sure they're not in the room.
Tim, let me do the defense lawyer for the defense witnesses.
Yes.
Similarly,
And the
prosecutor for the state witnesses.
Right, that's right. And that would be Jason Newland does it for the state. He's their investigator. And I don't think they have an investigator. I guess that last one was their investigator.
Well, you know, the question about the last one was how he would know those details about what Byrd was offered if he didn't get them from Byrd.
Yeah. That's right. How would they know unless Donna told him these people might be, and she could have told her these things to tell. So it looks like these are just innocent people.
Right.
That's
But
right.
I'm just saying the investigator, that's why I thought he was believable. He couldn't have made it up unless he's totally unethical. He had to have gotten it from Byrd because those are details about the offer.
Right. So she tells her all this stuff.
Right.
Instead of having her write it down, tells her, and then tells her lawyers, hey, this lady might know something. They go out there and now you got a setup and now it looks like it's true.
Right. Would you call Byrd back on
I would certainly have my team interview her.
talk to her? Yeah.
Yeah, and then see if it's worth bringing her back.
Yeah.
And Tim, some people on the chat are asking if there would be any kind of legal strategy for this, or if you think defense is trying to angle for some kind of mistrial, or if this could just be an honest mistake.
Oh, I think it's an honest mistake. I think they're not organized. I think they're shooting by the seat of their pants. I think they don't have a team. It's not controlled. They don't have someone monitoring the witnesses, getting them in and out. The actual defense lawyers are getting up and walking out in the hallways looking for them.
But
They had
they've
this
got
kind of
all the money. They've got more money than God from Donna. They don't have to have an investigator. They could hire. What about the legal assistant who's sitting at the table? Why
Is her
not
job-
have somebody do it?
She's just hugging Donna. I mean, she could be getting up and knowing where these witnesses are, or they could hire a coordinator.
Yeah. Now I'm annoyed because they've got money. It's not as though they don't have the money to cover it.
They do. They do.
Gee,
It's just
I'm exasperated.
it's not ready for prime time. That's what it is.
Tim, there's a good question here from Sanders 14, and it really is, if the investigator got the positive information from Byrd the first time, why wouldn't the lawyers then say, now go back in and get it on tape?
Well, you think they would, or at least get an affidavit so she can't change her mind. That's what you would do. I would send Monica, go out there. Hey, I got these names. See if there's anything positive. If there is, Monica's experienced enough to come back with an affidavit. If it's not, then she comes back with nothing. And we let the client know, hey, that didn't work out, or here, look at this affidavit. The affidavit then would lock this witness in. So this witness couldn't change their testimony and become a state witness, right?
So why not? Why wasn't it done?
I don't know if because they changed lawyers, like a conflict.
He said, do you know the dates? He said August 24 was when he talked to her. When did the lawyer change happen?
Okay. I can't tell you offhand. Somebody will know. I mean, they changed like right before trial, didn't they? Weren't they about to be picking a jury a couple days later before they kicked them off? When Dan removed himself?
Yeah, well, that was the day of trial, wasn't it? It was the day of jury, the first day of jury selection when that happened.
I think that's
when
right.
was that? So it could have been, although you would think if the investigator called you that day and said, here's what she said, that you would have done something right away.
Absolutely.
I don't
Absolutely.
understand.
100%.
Are you exasperated too? I'm exasperated. I really
I saw a thing on here that said they would have been better with a public defender, and I can't disagree with that. Because public defenders, you know, the ones doing death penalty cases and big murder cases, they have teams together. This would not have happened. They would have had them locked in. And they would have had someone monitoring their witnesses. They would have had an affidavit.
Yeah, but Tim, let me say, I have not done many trials, and I have never done a murder case. But if I had an investigator come back and tell me this is what the witness said, I would have said, get it, go right back out and tape it.
100%.
I don't think you have to have experience. I bet everybody in the chat would have come to the same place.
All right, let me give you an example you're used to, Professor. When you do a class, this is going to be on the exam. And if you don't write down those notes and study that portion, you're a fool. And that's what happened here. You got a positive stuff for the defense, and no one locked it in.
It's unbelievable to me. Somebody asked if I think it was beers over the weekend, and I was going to say no, and I'm not a beer drinker, but I may certainly have something after today's over.
I took Joel to the football game.
I saw, and they won.
They did.
Big upset. Wow.
That was his first game.
Ever or first Florida State game?
First Florida State game.
Yeah.
And then we were crossing the street like jaywalking to get to a tailgate, and the deputy's running over to us, and Joel's like, oh my God, what do we do? And he shakes Joel's hand and said, I watch your show all the time.
Oh, nice. And
he said, Tim, you remember you remember when you cussed me out on the phone? And I said, yeah, I do. He goes, we're good now. He had spoken to my client when I told him I was representing him, and I told him it was improper. And I let him know that wasn't right. But so he had a great time at the game. It was a great game.
Yeah, exactly.
Away from it.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, I was so absorbed in this trial, I forgot Nebraska was playing Thursday night. Just, that has never happened. So I watched it on replay, which was just as well because they didn't play very well. And I liked watching knowing they had won.
Yeah, they wouldn't have qualified a public defender for sure. That's true.
No, of course not.
But I'm saying the level of preparation, legal work, and stuff done, the public defender gets a lot of financial benefit that private lawyers don't. They have investigators on staff. They can get experts with no limitations. And so they do, and they try a lot of cases. I mean, a lot of cases.
Yeah. Well, I've got to believe that Tallahassee has a number of really first-rate defense lawyers. And the fact that they blew through, what was his name? Alex? You know their names. You know,
Alex is an experienced trial lawyer. He's a good lawyer.
But it can't be that he and you are the only experienced good trial lawyers, defense lawyers in all of Tallahassee.
That's true. That's true. I don't know how they found Josh, and I think Josh found Jackie. I think they're friends.
Everyone can be seated. You may examine Mr. Kelley when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Kelley, this is going to be very brief. Could you please tell the jury your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Tim Kelley, T-I-O, last name K-E-L-L-Y.
Right. And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a realtor.
And is that what your occupation was back in 2011?
Yes,
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man named Dan Markel?
I did.
At some point in November of 2011, were you contacted by Mr. Markel about seeing some homes?
Yeah, I'm not positive on the date, but if that's the date, yes, he did contact me about some homes.
Would it refresh your memory if you were able to look at the email communications?
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, that's fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You can just see witnesses that don't want to be there, that are going to tell the truth and try to get the answers right, opposed to those that are like shifting, not clarifying. I don't recall.
Right. Yes, 2011.
Is that November 2011?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And when he contacted you and you were making arrangements to look at homes, were those homes were you looking for a home in particular for his in-laws, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Correct.
And were arrangements made for you to show homes?
Yes.
And did you in fact show homes?
Yes.
And who was present when you showed the homes? Who was with you?
I believe it was the Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendy and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but okay. I think we had to make arrangements between, cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to Lisa Carey. No,
okay.
That was not.
That was not you?
No.
Do you work with Miss Carey?
I did at the time. We were a team.
Okay.
At one point, and I think we were still a team, and we probably were not in 2011.
Okay.
But no.
Okay. Can you hold on just 1 second, please?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not going to refer them to another real estate agent.
No. Patty, if Patty's Playhouse is a realtor and she's in the court, this probably is going to amuse her no end.
It will.
Just briefly, when you came to the courthouse today, did you come and sit inside the courtroom?
I did.
And did you observe and listen to some of the testimony?
I heard the end of the testimony that was being said.
Was it a male or a female?
Female.
Okay. Is there anything about the testimony that you heard that has affected your testimony as to these small issues on looking at a home?
No.
All right. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Well, we don't have any questions.
Mr. Kelley.
Hey.
So you showed these houses to the Donna and Harvey Adelson at Dan Markel's request?
Correct.
Was the thought that they would have more space, be able to stay up here for longer periods of time visiting Dan Markel and his family?
I believe that was it, yes.
Okay. And that was in 2011, you said?
According to the emails, yeah.
So Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson were still together at that time?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if they got divorced in summer or fall 2012, your interaction would have been about a year before that.
Correct.
And about 2 years before Halloween of 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Redirect from the witness.
No, Judge.
You may step down, Mr.
Really
Clark.
not relevant. I don't know what the relevance
I was just going to
Please
ask you.
slide
I didn't see it was relevant to anything either.
Defense will call Detective Joshua Turner.
Wonder where he is.
They said Joshua Turner. They said Joshua Turner, he's not on the witness list.
Why is the paralegal not getting these people?
I have no idea. Why don't you hire a second paralegal? No, I don't want to go there
Turner,
again.
please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. You speak loudly and clearly. You may adjust the microphone if you need to.
He looks like law enforcement. Looks like he's 15.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Josh Turner. I'm a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since September of 2016.
And during your time with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, can you tell the jury a little bit about what assignments you have worked?
Yes, I was in 2019 a field training officer, and then in 2020 I transferred into the criminal investigations division at the Sheriff's Office. I worked in property crimes, auto crimes, and violent crimes.
And in your role as a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, did you come to interview an inmate by the name of Drina Bernhardt?
I did.
And did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay. And subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna Adelson?
I did.
And did you then attend a recorded interview with Ms. Bernhardt at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
During that interview, did she indicate what, if any, steps, and by she I'm referring to Ms. Bernhardt, took in when she was speaking with Ms. Adelson in the pod at the Leon County Detention Center?
She said that she was speaking to Ms. Adelson throughout the day and sitting in front of a camera at the detention facility.
She specifically stated that she situated herself and Ms. Adelson so that they would be picked up on the surveillance footage?
I'm not sure the exact wording, but yes.
Something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. Now, previously, did you review State's Exhibit 105?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe it was the recording of the pod, the annex.
So there was surveillance video?
Yes.
So after Ms. Bernhardt's interview on December 20th, 2024, at the state attorney's office, did you go back to your office to download the surveillance video?
No, sir. I went to my vehicle and back up to the state attorney's office and downloaded it from there.
Okay, so you went to get your computer?
Yes, sir.
So back then, when you were assigned to the investigations unit, you had access to their surveillance videos?
I did.
And then you logged in from the state attorney's office and downloaded that?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and show him it was marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 105.
You may.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
I do.
Is this the surveillance, or is this a portion of the surveillance video that you obtained from the Leon County Detention Facility?
It is.
Aside from shortening the video so it was easier to show in court, any changes to it?
Not that I'm aware of.
So,
This might be their best witness they've had the whole trial. At least it's positive for the defense.
one time I would move into evidence as Defense Exhibit 70, the surveillance video.
Any objection?
My only objection is rule completeness, Judge. I'm not sure
it's
how much shortening occurred, but I would ask for all of states 105 to be admitted.
And I could say, Your Honor, that the video that was provided to us as States 105 is exactly what I've copied onto this thumb drive.
The item is admitted. It is to be published in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Still doesn't matter unless what she testified to happened after
You
she went to the
Right.
state attorney.
Right.
guys have the HDMI?
No, I'm not saying that Georgia's not going to impeach it. I'm just saying this is the first logical presentation of a
Yeah.
witness
Oh, yeah. He's clear and he's, yes.
and gave favorable evidence.
Mhm.
I'm not saying it's not going to be impeached on cross-examination, though. And what relevance to give it. He does look young, though, for 47. I got to give him that.
Is he 47?
That's what people are saying.
Good genes then.
Oh, they had sidebar again? No.
He's waiting for the tape to come up. What is he doing?
I wonder how long this is going to play for.
I don't know, but I think they should fire is it Court TV that's doing the poll? They should fire the cameraman.
Court TV is doing it.
Yeah, well then they should fire the video guy. Why he thinks he shouldn't show us what's on the screen and all we need to do is look at the witness is beyond me.
I don't know what their criteria is. I think maybe they decided that they'd rather look at witnesses and evidence.
Well, then they're just wrong.
Oh, here we go. So this is the pod that they were in. They had like a bunch of
Here rather
inmates.
than a lectern.
That's right.
Okay.
And I think Donna may have been on the right with all the canteen.
See?
Initially in the video, do we see Miss Bernhardt or Miss Adelson?
Yes, they are back towards the bunks.
And do they walk towards
Oh,
the foreground of the video?
There's Miss Adelson.
Yeah.
At one point.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Who's seated at the table with the dark hair?
That's Drina Bernhardt.
What does she have in front of her?
A notebook with a daisy and a yellow folder, looks like.
Did the video appear to show Miss Bernhardt putting a chair at the table towards the right?
It does.
Who's walking up now?
Miss Adelson.
Looks very friendly, doesn't she?
They're doing a lot of walking back and forth.
Well, Drina certainly had the opportunity to talk to Donna.
From the video that Miss Bernhardt got Miss Adelson to sit down at that table.
It does.
But this is before the December obviously bringing this tape to the prosecutor.
And they're
Right.
engaged in conversation.
Yes.
And if Drina says I had her on the screen, I think that confirms it.
Uh-huh. And if
So-
she thought she was doing something that was going to be bad for her deal, she wouldn't have that book or whatever it is in front of her.
How is this helping the defense?
I have no idea. Unless they're going to show that Donna, they're going to claim that Donna is taking down dictation, but I think that's just such a silly claim. And if Drina wanted to be clearly on tape, she should have moved that table a little.
Yeah, but she doesn't know how much the camera picks it up.
Right. That's the whole pod. They're
Without
only
stating the obvious, there's no audio on this video, correct?
Correct.
You know, why would they want to show their client in custody? Well, they know now because the snitches came in and said
Yeah.
they're. Donna is doing all the talking, it looks like.
I can't tell.
Well, she's moving her hands and Drina's got her head just listening. I'm surprised this is not a security violation showing the jail cell.
Are we going to watch all this while nothing is happening?
I guess so. Georgia wanted to play the whole video. So the method to Georgia's madness, she's going to say, well, you saw her talking to her. Looks like she's friendly.
Uh-huh.
She wasn't over there hovering over her. They got a chair. They're sitting by themselves talking.
I still don't know what it proves. I wouldn't care if Drina asked her 100 questions about the crime. The information still has to come from Donna. Unless they're going to say she was an agent of the state before they went to the prosecutor's office the first time.
Well, this is already admitted in evidence, so the jury sees it. And they see that she's very friendly with Drina. I mean, that looks very friendly.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you weren't friendly, you didn't have to sit down at the same table with her.
Exactly.
There are plenty of other seats in that pod.
She could be playing solitaire with the other inmate.
And nobody's writing anything.
No.
I don't even see the notepad anymore. Do you see that pad or whatever it was? That
She's laying on it. She got her elbow on it, so she's not writing in it.
Okay.
Now, Detective, at this point, we're over 8 minutes into the video. Neither one of them have started writing, have they?
No.
You know, it's kind of like police officers. They pull you over, ask you questions, and then they go back to their patrol car and get on a computer and type up the whole report.
Yeah.
They don't do it while they're talking to you for safety reasons. And sometimes they write notes down, but it wouldn't be unreasonable for Donna to leave and then he'll go write down everything she told her.
Except that what's written down is in Donna's handwriting, and the defense concedes it.
Yeah, but do we think that happened right now? Oh, here we go. Nope.
Well, it's Drina trying to get evidence to help her get a deal. So
Sure. Hey, but they're all in jail trying to get evidence to get a deal.
yeah,
It's not just her.
she gives her the paper.
Can you explain to the jury what Ms. Bernhardt just did?
It appears she took a piece of paper out of her notebook and is showing Miss Adelson something on that page.
Appears that something's already written on that page.
Potentially, I can't tell.
Now Ms. Bernhardt's writing on the piece of paper.
Correct.
I don't know.
Did they say how long this tape was?
They did not. Well, it looks like it's 1 hour and 14 minutes.
Oh God.
Well, I'm looking at the screen. Where it
Yeah,
says-
yeah.
Because it's 11 minutes and 15 seconds into it. Surely they're not going to play another hour of this.
Well, all I can say is an hour of this is better than listening to an hour of tiny details that aren't going anywhere.
Yeah. Time consumption. This looks like Drina's writing, not Donna.
And I don't recall that there's any writing on the script we saw except Donna's handwriting.
Writing at this point?
Correct.
Judge,
So
given that this is an hour and 14-minute long video, instead of publishing it in full as requested, is it okay if I fast forward to the points that I'm trying to make?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did Georgia want to say she wanted to play the whole thing?
Well, Josh said thank you. It
Okay.
looks like he's fast forwarding it.
1326, who's writing?
Okay.
Miss Bernhardt.
1417, who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
$14.33, she's still writing?
Yes.
Wow, 1446, my client takes the paper and starts writing, correct?
Correct.
So they have an overflow of female pods. So this is what they call the annex. And
Called
that's
the
why
what?
they don't have individual cells. They had a bunch of them, like I think there might be 47 or so in there, which is an overflow. And then Donna was
Fast forward
ultimately
to
moved out of there.
1642. Did Ms. Bernhardt take the notebook back?
She did.
And from this vantage point, we can't see what Miss Adelson is writing, can we?
Correct.
However, it's clear that Ms. Bernhardt is still speaking with my client.
They seem to be engaged in conversation.
Uh, 2250. What do we see Ms. Bernhardt doing now?
She placed 2 notebooks on the table.
And one of them was the hot pink one that we saw. That I think the state submitted into evidence. It's a hot pink.
Correct.
Okay. $41.24. What do we see now?
Drina's opening the hot pink notebook.
Is she showing Mrs. Adelson something in that notebook?
It appears so.
He's on-
4404. Are they both writing?
Yes.
Well, I got another 25 more minutes of this.
I count 35, maybe 30.
4822, Mrs. Adelson handed Drina something. Do they appear to be discussing it now?
It appears so.
His edited version isn't very edited.
No.
Fast forwarded a little bit to 51 minutes. Appeared that Miss Adelson had gotten up and is now sitting back down.
That's correct.
Fast forward to 54 minutes. It still appear that they're both looking through the pages and discussing them.
It does.
Joel, I gotta go take care of something, Joe. I'll try to hop on later.
Okay,
All right.
we'll miss you.
I won't miss this, but I'll miss you. Bye.
Lady Lieber, you're finding information that Charlie was sent back to South Dakota? That's something that Tim could have checked since he's down at the courthouse. Well, he's close to the courthouse right now, but I see some of you commenting that you don't think this is evidence of anything. I think I agree with you. I mean, the defense said, or at least no, they did. They said that Donna wrote what Drina dictated. And I don't think from what we've seen so far, you can show that. You can see them
Now
talking.
we're at 55:35. They're still both discussing some topic, correct?
You can see them both
I don't know what they're
talking.
discussing.
You can see them both writing.
Looking at pages that they have in front of them.
Correct.
And it seems to me this is consistent with Drina saying Donna wrote it and gave it to her to memorize. There's nothing here that demonstrate that's not true. And the alternative, you'd have to assume that Drina knew that Donna used the word sunshine, that Drina knew about Dr. What is the doctor's name? I've now lost it. Harvey's roommate. That Drina knew the particulars of the
59, 34. Appears they're both still writing.
Drina knew the particulars of
As
the
with previously, can we tell what they're writing?
No.
Can we determine what they're discussing?
No.
that Drina knew the particulars of the extortion claim, and that for reasons that are completely inexplicable, Donna took down what Drina said as though she was the scribe, and Drina was the lecturer and then gave it back to Drina to memorize. Or no, I guess the story would be she didn't give it back, but she took it down for reasons. But let's see what the defense's explanation for why Donna would just take dictation that way. I hope watching trials doesn't deter any of you from being willing to serve on juries, because it's an important right of citizens, but you can see that there's a lot of downtime and a lot of watching things that don't seem to be moving anywhere.
Now we're at 1 minute, or 1 hour, 1 minute and 22 seconds. Can you tell the jury what's going on here?
Miss Bernhardt just opened some notebook. She's writing, and Miss Adelson is also writing.
Detective, from your previous review of this surveillance video, does the same behavior continue where they're both writing and discussing things between now and the end of the video?
I believe so, yes.
Can we get the lights, please?
Obed, thank you. That is the doctor's name. Thank you all.
Detective, do you recall the date that video was collected? I'm sorry, it's a poorly worded question. Do you recall the date that video was taken?
I believe it was December 19th.
So the day before Ms. Adelson met with the state attorney's office. I'm sorry, Ms. Bernhardt. Thank you.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
And that is the most important question that was asked, and it doesn't help this defense.
Detective, that's the day after Ms. Bernhardt told you that she had information about my client.
Correct.
Nothing further?
Cross-exam. You may.
When you met with her on the 18th, she told you not just that she had information about Donna Adelson, but that Donna Adelson was trying to enlist her, solicit her to give perjured testimony in this trial, right?
Correct.
So you learned that on the 18th. You relay that information to who?
Investigator Newland.
With my office.
Correct.
All right. And The meeting at the state attorney's office ultimately happened on December 20th, right?
Correct.
And at that time, there was a more detailed interview conducted with Ms. Bernhardt to get the information she had about what had happened, right?
Correct.
Okay, and at that meeting, Bernhardt shows up with this pink notebook pictured in State's Exhibit 62, right?
Correct.
And she tells us in that meeting, hey, here's the script that she's written for me that she wants me to deliver at trial, right?
Correct.
And you were able to photograph the thing, and this is what's pictured in State 62?
Correct.
Okay. And what were Drina's instructions from the defendant about this exhibit? Why did we have to photograph it instead of impounding the thing?
Her instructions were to read over that and to trace it in her own handwriting and provide that back to Ms. Adelson.
Okay, so she's supposed to copy what's here and give this back to Ms. Adelson.
Correct.
So Ms. Adelson was going to be expecting to get this thing back. We had to send it back with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Bernhardt at the meeting on December 20th tell you when this script was authored by Mrs. Adelson?
She was speaking to Investigator Newland. I don't recall.
Based on what she told Investigator Newland, did you go and review that video and find the video that we just watched?
Correct.
All right. And so the video is from December 19th, right?
Correct.
So you didn't look through multiple days of videos. You knew to go to December 19th, right?
Correct.
So Bernhardt obviously said, she wrote this yesterday.
Correct.
I'm supposed to copy it and give it back to her. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went and found the video, did the video appear to corroborate what Bernhardt had told law enforcement that day?
It did.
And when Bernhardt originally reported this to you on the 18th, you said you let Investigator Newland know. Did you let Bernhardt know, hey, you're going to be interviewed on the 20th?
No.
Did Bernhardt have any way of knowing that we were going to have a meeting on the 20th?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, didn't we consider waiting until after Christmas to meet with her?
Correct.
Remember that? I was home with a bad injury, bad back.
Yes.
The kids were out of school. It was Christmas time. We talked about doing it after Christmas, right?
Correct.
So wasn't it just dumb luck that we happened to bring her over on the day that she was in possession of this thing in defendant's handwriting?
Yes.
Defense says, well, both women wrote in the notebook. We see one writing, we see the other one writing. Are you a handwriting expert?
No, ma'am.
Would you defer to the expertise of a handwriting expert in determining who wrote this particular thing?
Yes.
I want to publish that video, if you would, at 5214. So let's go to 4125. I think we already watched the part where Ms. Bernhardt here does take this pink notebook out and give it to Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
And it is Bernhardt's notebook, right?
Yes.
And after she gives it to the defendant does proceed to write in the notebook for quite some time, right?
Correct.
And if we go to 5814, So we see Mrs. Adelson get up and walk away, and then she later returns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and if we go to 104. We see Ms. Bernhardt get up and walk away, and Ms. Adelson continues writing.
Correct.
Nothing further.
For direct examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, we know that Miss Adelson expected this document back that was written in Drina's notebook because that's what Drina said, right?
Correct.
But we can't hear what's being discussed on that video.
Correct.
We have to rely on what Miss Bernhardt says.
Correct.
Now, you testified on cross that Miss Bernhardt did not know that she was being brought up to the state attorney's office for a meeting on the 20th.
I don't believe she knew the date.
Yet when she came, she brought a bunch of materials with her.
Correct.
And the state attorney's office collected what Drina said they should collect.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will the detective be recalled by the party?
Let me say, Your Honor, he's released from the state.
Defense will do the same, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Please approach.
I wonder if the judge is going to try again to get an idea of how much longer the defense will go. It's 2:45 in case someone out there doesn't know it.
Members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for the trial at this point for the day. We will resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person concerning this case. Also, do not seek out any information outside of this courtroom. Please report at 8:30 tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Okay. Let's see if they do anything after the jury leaves. There was a question here if the witness who was on her way to the airport sat in the gallery before she left. The answer is yes. She was sitting next to Harvey while her life partner testified, and then I think they both left together.
Seated.
We are doing something.
Report tomorrow at 8:30. We will resume at 8:45 with the witnesses. Please have all witnesses that will be testifying in the morning present and ready. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford. Also, there is not to be any further violations of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir. That was certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until 10. We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We're in recess.
Okay, done for the day. So I wonder who will be called tomorrow. I think Tim had heard that the defense is supposed to give notice the day before if they're going to call Charlie, and we don't know anything about it. And somebody in the chat thought he or she saw something that Charlie was on his way back to South Dakota, something that I do not know. And I don't know whether Joel or someone who's sitting in the courtroom might have heard something, because they're much more likely to have heard something, certainly than I sitting in New Jersey. So let's see if Joel or someone posts something for us to help. And meanwhile, I see no questions anymore. Maybe everybody has been so overwhelmed or underwhelmed with today that they're exhausted and have no questions. Oh, here comes one. Wait a minute. Nessie, was there one thing serving the defense case today? I don't think so. I don't know that there was anything big, I will agree. But the one thing that I worry about a little is if there's enough extraneous information that's coming in and enough, arguing about things that are not central to the state, whether they might get one juror out there who is so distracted by the noise going in all directions that juror decides there's reasonable doubt. The state always wants to go directly from the start to the end. No distractions, nothing extraneous, just a pure case, straight case. And the defense in a reasonable doubt case wants to throw up things all over. We've adjourned for the day, Tim.
What do you mean we've adjourned for the day at 2:40?
Which word don't you understand?
Well, I saw that. I'm like, what happened after this last witness?
Nothing. They just adjourned. Georgia did a very short cross, and then they went sidebar, and then the judge announced they were adjourning for today, and we'd start at 8. He wants everybody in the court at 8:30 tomorrow, and I think he wants to start at 8:45. So
who was the last witness on there?
Not clear. I mean, I don't know. Have you heard anything about them?
Who was the last witness that was up?
Oh, sorry. It was the police officer, the
That was
sheriff
it?
officer about the tape, the video.
And then they played that, and they got like 2 more hours they could go.
Well, you sound as though it's my fault.
I wonder if that means that their last witness is going to be Donna, and they want to prep her.
Yeah. Well, somebody in the chat says he or she saw something that Charlie was on his way back to South Dakota, but where would that have been posted?
They could, if he was no longer in the jail, they could see if he's there. They could show him out.
But you haven't heard anything.
No, I didn't. And let's see if I can find out.
Okay. Because we're curious.
Okay.
And I'll see if there are any questions while you're looking. Let's see if I see any other questions.
Maybe that's all they got left is going to be Donna.
Could be. They did go through, I was surprised. They went through a number of people listed on their list. They got the 3 friends. I wonder if there are plenty to call Lisa Carey. I mean, they certainly mentioned her as the other real estate agent. I don't see anyone else here that they're likely to call. Except Charlie and
Charlie's not gone.
He's not gone. So,
No.
So it was bad information.
That's bad information.
Okay. Did everybody hear that? Tim has confirmed that he's still in the jail. A number of the people in the chat said they fell asleep.
I'm sure.
I don't know if they're telling the truth or not. Okay, Amy Stovall, are they defending guilt or not guilty or pre-sentencing? Okay. And somebody in the chat said they're not posting questions because they're all in a coma.
That's probably a good point.
Yeah.
Did they play the whole tape of them sitting at the table?
Essentially. I mean, even though he did that edited version, he only went about three minutes at a time. And nothing changed. They were both sitting and writing. Donna got up at one point. Drina got up at one point. Then they were sitting and they were talking. It was from my perspective, it was consistent with Drina's story. She sat down. She was trying to get information out of Donna, and she gave Donna the pad, and Donna wrote that script, and then Donna gave it to her to memorize. And I don't know if you came in before, at the end of the cross, but what was underscored was that Drina let Turner know she thought she had evidence on the 19th, and they went to the state on the 20th. So everything we saw was before there could have been any Sixth Amendment issue. So that was absolutely confirmed. And the one other interesting thing was Georgia said that they weren't sure they were going to do it on the 20th. She had back trouble and it was Christmas coming. They thought they might wait until after. And then they just decided to do it on the 20th. And she said, luckily, because Drina had the script.
Right. Oh, so Zalman, apparently people saying Zalman said that their witness is not getting here till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So what are they going to do?
Well, what are we doing from 8:45 to 10 then?
It's exactly right. I guess they can work on jury instructions.
But he told the jury to be there at 8:45. If they were going to work on jury instructions, wouldn't he have told them to come in a little later?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have any answer. Well, why is there, I shouldn't say this, but I will. So their witnesses can't get there on time?
Unless they thought that they wouldn't get to them and they said, we'll probably call you on Wednesday. These are going to take all day Tuesday, and they went faster than they expected.
Well, and you can't blame them for that, I guess.
Well, defense lawyers and defendants normally don't call a lot of witnesses.
Yeah,
So, and they don't have a witness coordinator, so they really aren't very good at it.
yeah.
Knowing who to call. Like in this case, if we were doing this case and I had any case, Monica would be the one helping with the witnesses and getting them, making sure they're where we are and monitoring and making sure they got here in time.
So who could the witness be that they're waiting? They're not waiting on Charlie. They're not waiting on Donna. So who could the witness be that can't get there before 10 on this list?
Well, what's on that list? Who else is on that list out of town?
Out of town?
Would it be one of the lawyers?
Let's see.
Didn't they subpoena some lawyers?
Well, they've got Tara Koss is in Miami. I don't know who Linda Bailey is, but she's in Tallahassee anyway.
Linda Bailey's a lawyer, but she might have been out of town with the holiday.
Okay. Let me look.
I think there was a flight from Miami to Tallahassee, but I think it's one. I don't know what time it gets here.
Okay.
Tim and Joe, Joel just called me and wanted to know if you guys prefer to do an earlier time slot for the show, or if you still prefer a later time slot.
You mean now rather than 5 or 5:30?
Yes.
I don't care. Whatever is more convenient for everyone else works for me.
Well, do you think that some people who are working would rather do it after they get off work, or? But I'm open to whatever.
Okay, let me consult with Joel. Stand by. Okay.
I don't see anybody, Tim.
What about Descalzo lady?
Well, Descalzo, let me see where she is.
She's in Miami.
And so is Susan Brotman, the estate lawyer. Schagrin, her either husband or significant other.
It's a lady. Apparently, Josh said it was a lady coming in.
All right. Well, that could be Descalzo. It could be Brotman. It could be Kawas.
People said Kawas is not testifying, but I don't know. Who knows at this point?
And they're all out of town. I don't see any other women who are out of town that you could imagine testifying. I can't imagine that Jessica Rodriguez would be testifying for them.
I don't even know who that is.
Isn't that Luis's wife, significant other? Isn't that what her name is?
That may be right. Yeah. That may be right.
All right. If it's a woman, then it has to be Brotman, Descalzo, or who did I say was the third? I've even forgotten who I said. Or Kawas.
I don't think they're going to call Kawas. I don't think that moves a needle.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't seem to be the principle by which they're operating, though.
Well, that's true too.
Okay, so somebody else said the witness for the defense is landing at 10. That's different from arriving at 10. That would be even later if that's true.
Yeah, that means they won't be able to get on the stand until 11:30, maybe 12.
Someone else said defense said a witness is flying in at 10. Again, that sounds as though they won't start at 10. Joel said he can be ready in 10 to 15 minutes, so I guess we're going now.
Okay. Are we going to a different channel?
Maybe the COE will come back. What they've done the last couple of times is they've posted a link in the chat. Oh, you mean for us?
Yeah, for us.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to email you guys the link right now.
Okay.
We're just going to wait a few minutes here, and when we end this stream, everyone on this stream will automatically be redirected to the new stream. I'm just setting it up. So give me 2 to 3 minutes, as we were not expecting it to end so quickly today. But I will email both of you guys your separate link to log on.
I don't know why you're not all knowing and all like a fortune teller being able to predict this stuff, COA. We found a little chink in your perfect armor here.
Liana, did you eat all the cookies?
Oh my goodness. I can't even eat anymore because I told the kids, I was like, just have 1 or 2. And I myself had like 5 on the ride home. We were wired, but we love them. And we had to pull over to charge the car for a little bit. And we left the cookies inside. But the best part is, Tim, is that then they were like warm and gooey, and the kids were like, oh, they're like oven baked again. So,
they're the best when they come out of the oven.
We have no cookies left. So thank you very much.
Okay, well then I will cut out here because I don't see any more questions. I mean, I'm willing. Tim and I are both, I think, willing to take a couple of questions, but I really do think that the people in the chat are just exhausted by today, because I don't see anything coming in. So Tim, I'll see you in a few minutes then.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye.
And again, if you are with us, just wait a few minutes. We're setting up the live for you guys. Joel is headed to the hotel and he's going to be ready to go in about 10 minutes. So in 10 to 15 minutes, we should be ready to go with Tim, with Joe, with Joel, and another best guest. And again, they're going to wrap everything up from today. We're also going to show you some video from another creator who has some really interesting video of Charlie Adelson. Again, thanks so much for being here. We're going to redirect all of you guys, and we'll be live in 15 minutes. Thanks so much. All right, Space Coast, we are redirected and we're all ready to go. If you just missed it, trial is done for the day. We're going to give you a full recap and some analysis. Joel is going to be live with Joe Potuto and Tim Jansen and another best guest. We're redirecting you guys there, and we'll have some more videos and photos to share. So we'll see you guys again. If you get lost in the redirect, you can always go to the main STS channel, click on live videos, and you'll see that we have a live stream posted for, I believe, 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. That's in about 10 minutes. Thanks so much, everyone.